2K Sports pregame show.
Ernie Johnson welcoming you to the NBA on 2K Sports. I'm here with Shaq and the Jet. And tonight our broadcast will be shifting to Atlanta, where we'll see the Hawks going up against the Miami Heat. The wins have been coming pretty steadily for the Heat. What a year they're having. They've run up the best record in the NBA with some absolutely flawless performances. They've been a fun team to watch over the first half of the season.
The Hawks play before the hometown crowd, and we've got it live right here from Atlanta, Georgia. And as we start the weekend here on this Friday night, 2K Sports welcoming you to NBA basketball. This is Kevin Harlan to call the game with our analysts Clark Kellogg and Greg Anthony. And, of course, Gerald Green. This is their first game without him.
Kevin, I've got to admit, I was caught off guard by this trade. I mean, he played such a big part for them. He was the last guy I expected them to move.
Yeah, but if you're going to make a move, this is when you want to do it, when the guy has basically lifted his ceiling. And so now it creates some other opportunities for some of your younger players. We'll just have to see how that transition plays out and how those new pieces fit.
So the opening lineup for the Heat, they've got Griffin. Dragic is out there with Harris. Then it's Winslow, and it's Favors in at the center position. And now Doris Burke has an update from the sidelines.
Mike Budenholzer and I got a chance to talk for a bit. He knows that the challenge for his team in this game will be to slow down Blake Griffin, who he described as instant momentum. With Griffin being such a handful physically, they plan to limit his ability to get any space around the basket and hopefully cut down those powerful drives toward the rim.
Great. Thanks for the report, Doris. Atlanta with the ball. This game coming on the heels of their win against Chicago.
And, guys, they could have won that game on the strength of their offense alone. It was that good.
And most impressive when you do it on the road like that. They just kept coming at him wave after wave, and they really kept the crowd on mute in that one.
And it's Favors that time on the assist by Dragic. Favors got his first points of the night. And for Goran Dragic, so incredibly efficient on the offensive end over the last couple of years, whether with Phoenix or Miami, he's really upped his game.
You know, Kevin, it took him a few years to kind of get comfortable in the NBA, much like the great Steve Nash who had his struggles early in his career. Now the game is kind of slowed down for him. He's not forcing as much, and it has certainly paid off.
Griffin hits that one nice pass, leading him to the bucket. Griffin's got his first 2 points.
Guys, that's just really unstoppable. He poses a ton of matchup problems for whomever he's facing.
Teague inside the line. And a big bounce off the rim, but it sinks right in. The Heat have gone 3 of 4 from the field to start out the game. Griffin against Millsap. And the slam by Blake Griffin.
How about the head of steam he's able to generate right there and just gets to the rack really easy.
The Hawks trail by 4. Teague kicks to Millsap. Again, Millsap missing.
Not really his best quarter as far as scoring. Let's see if he can eventually get back on track.
And that one's good.
Oh, this is the kind of start they were hoping for.
Yeah, shots falling, off to a very good start offensively as a result.
It's stolen by Dragic. Moving it up. Unloads from 9. Lands soft on the front of the rim and drops. 6 points for Blake Griffin.
Boy, such outstanding patience and decision-making for them offensively.
Absolutely. Their ball movement has been outstanding, and they're piling up the assists.
Wow, you don't see him make plays like that very often. That's a nice move there for the basket.
They get a hand on it. Millsap with the steal. Teague with the ball. He picked up 30 points in their last win against Chicago.
And you know, he was getting fouled time and time again and really delivered at the free throw line. Huge contribution there, guys.
And here's Dragic. After Kyle Korver hitting the three, Dragic kicks to Griffin, and it's going to be a 3-second call.
And checking out the numbers for Goran Dragic. His last 10 games, averaging about 4 points, 9 assists, and 3 rebounds. And with his great passing, he's been a catalyst for their offense, often seeing plays even before they materialize.
For sure. Great anticipation. Peripheral vision is there. Natural talent as well. Really shining through.
Tim Hardaway Jr.'s checked in for Atlanta. Dennis Schroeder comes in for Kyle Korver.
4 of their last 5 makes came off of a high-quality shot inside.
Textbook. Really, when you look at how they're playing, they are having their way down low.
Looking at who's out there now for the Hawks. Scotty's checked in for Mike Muscala. And it's Calderon in for T. Robert Covington's checked in for the Heat. There's the pick. Hardaway passes to Scott. Can't get it to go. And Miami the other way now. Their last game, a win against San Antonio, looking to carry that into this one.
And what a heck of a performance for them, particularly offensively. I mean, there were stretches of that game where everything seemed to be falling.
Ball movement was superb, majestic, and they got good shots and they made them. So it wasn't a surprise, but the ball movement was the key.
Now here's Hardaway. He had a 15-point outing in their last game against Chicago.
Oh, a tough quarter for him offensively. He hasn't been able to give his team a lift when they need it.
Hardaway against Land. Here's Galloway. The shot goes in. First of the night. He's 1 for 3 to start the game.
They're forcing the ball inside, and it's working beautifully.
It really is. 5 out of 6 of their last field goals have come from the paint.
Now here's Schroeder. He had 10 points in the win against the Bulls in Chicago.
And equally as impressive, the playmaking. Just sensational. The way he was seeing the court and making the game easy for his teammates.
Calderon, no good.
Well, I like his determination and his attitude and aggressiveness, but the defense wasn't going to back off that shot. They were tight on it.
The Hawks trail by 9. It's 9 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock. To the middle. He wants to get to Millsap and does. Ball's knocked loose. In transition, here comes Miami. Galloway with the bucket.
They're allowing a sky-high field goal percentage. That won't get it.
Not at all, Clark. You rarely see a team surrender points this easily. They have got to do better.
Here's Schroeder, and he uses the glass on the layup. Schroeder's got his first bucket of the night.
Now we're talking. He abused the defender off the dribble and then just was able to glide in for the layup.
And we reach the end of the first quarter. It's the Heat. They lead by 9. The second quarter. And a chance Millsap talking about the confidence of his team.
You know, our attitude approaching the game has been,
Greg, it's got to be more than just attitude, right? I mean, ultimately, don't you have to have guys step up and produce in some cases or even overproduce?
You do, but really it is about attitude and confidence. I mean, those are the two elements that if you bring to the table, you really will have a chance to beat anyone. And so don't discount that attitude when you're on a roll. They call it getting your swag on today. Back in the day, it was called having your mojo working. Right. So same thing, and you can ride that for quite a ways.
And welcome back. It's been all one-sided so far through the first quarter as our second quarter gets underway. And a chance for just a second to check out the scoring breakdown for Miami.
It looks like they're ready to run, fellas. I mean, they haven't hesitated at all to get out on the break so far.
Yeah, and one thing, Clark, I've noticed is how quick their hands have been tonight. Thanks to that, they've gotten a lot of points off of turnover.
Dennis Schroeder is out there with Teague. Then it's Mike Scott. Then there's Kyle Korver. And it's Muscala in at center. That's the group starting the second quarter for the Hawks.
And Kyle Korver enjoying a career renaissance, if you will, here in his 30s. A former late second-round pick. He's kicked around the league a little bit. He's really found his niche here in the motion offense of the Atlanta Hawks.
That's good, and the Heat lead is cut down to 9 in the bucket from Scott. A little background on Kyle Korver, drafted 51st by the Nets back in 2003. They sold his rights to the Sixers for a little over $100 grand and used the proceeds to pay for their summer league fee.
Well, that, and they also bought a new color copier for whatever that information is worth. It might sound like a mistake in hindsight, but I heard that machine is very reliable.
And the Hawks making a change here. Sefolosha's checked in. Then for the Heat, Blake Griffin, he's checked in for Love. And it's Dragic in for Jeremy Lin. The Hawks trail by 11. Outside T. Inside. And finished off by Scott.
You know, there are a lot of bigger power forwards than him in the NBA, but very few that rise up like he can.
Dragic kicks to Griffin. Griffin draws the double. Dragic with it, picked up by Teague. That's good. Dragic has got the lead up to 11 now for Miami.
Shots like that from Dragic sure look easy.
They set the pick. T kicks to Scott. Back to T. Deflects the pass. Takes a three. And it's Miami with the rebound. Last time they met was in Miami.
And the last time these teams met, it was a walk in the park, and everybody got in on the act. Their bench was spectacular in that move.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, the starters were extremely happy to get some rest and let the bench guys do the heavy lifting. Definitely a feel-good win for the team.
Zeller, he's checked in for Miami. Gary Harris comes in for Zoran Dragic. Dragic against T. He feeds it to Scott. He kicks it to Sefolosha. Pass to Muscala. Just 5 to shoot. Teague for 3. That doesn't go in either for Teague. The Heat leading by 13. And Harris wide open. He shoots. Shot's good. Griffin making the play.
Gary Harris.
Griffin's got 3 assists in the game. Atlanta's gone 0-3 from beyond the arc to start the second quarter. Scott with a screen on Dragic. T kicks to Scott. Korver gets a wide open look. His second shot goes in, off to a good start, 2 for 2.
Nice pass that time. What excellent vision by Jeff Teague out there.
Passes it to Griffin. Dragic dishes to Zeller. In the corner, Winslow with it. That's short off the rim. The Hawks trail by 14.
And guys, you hear about how the Hawks are the jokingly referred to as the Spurs of the East. It has to do with their coach, Mike Budenholzer, who's really brought that philosophy here to Atlanta.
Teague against Harris. Teague the pass to Muscala. Griffin with the steal. Harris outside. Outside Griffin. There's Dragic with the 3. Scott pulls it in. On for Coach Budenholzer, Greg. He did spend 19 years with the Spurs, so it makes a lot of sense. Clarkie won 4 titles during his time there in San Antonio.
And Kevin, you can really see how he's adapted and brought the motion offense over to this team. And it's worked well for the Hawks. You know, I think when you've got somebody that open on the perimeter, a good shooter, the kickout's the only choice.
Here's Griffin, not wasting any time and taking the shot and knocking it down. Griffin's got 6 here in this quarter. And now the first timeout called here for the Hawks.
And for all of the improvements he's made to his game, one wonders why Blake Griffin isn't a better shot blocker. I mean, he clearly has the motor and the athleticism, but for some reason over his first 5 seasons, he's averaged only a half a block per game.
Looking at who's out there now for the Hawks. Paul Millsap's checked in for Mike Scott. Tim Hardaway Jr. comes in for Cephalosha. Jose Calderon. He's checked in for Kyle Korver. And Dennis Schroeder subbed in for Jeff Teague. The second chance effort. Covington with the bucket.
+8 in the rebound differential. One more reason why they're in control.
Yeah, double-digit advantage on the scoreboard. They've taken the initiative. They've played, I think, with more purpose so far.
Here's the screen. Dishes to Millsap. And the rejection by Love. 3-on-3. Here's Galloway. Good on the triple. Galloway has got 7 points in the game.
It's been about tempo and pace with this group, and it's led to a huge advantage in fast break points.
Greg, it's really the main reason they're in front. All that early offense. I mean, when they've had the chance to push it, they push it.
15 seconds left in the first half. It's stolen by Schroeder. And now Millsap pushing it up. No one back to stop him.
And that's how you make a steal count. Turn it into a quick slam at the other end.
It was really a case, it looked like Greg Anthony right there, if I can say so. It was really a case of a great defensive play triggering some instant offense.
Yeah, I remember GA as an irritant. And this guy, much like Greg, creating havoc out there.
And so that brings the first half to a close. Heat lead by 15. And now let's catch up with Doris Burke, who's standing by on the sideline. Doris?
Kevin, I'm here with Coach Eric Spoelstra. And Eric, you guys have seemed in complete command out here tonight.
It's the 2K Sports Halftime Show.
Hey again, everybody. We've been watching a pretty lopsided game through the first half, that's for sure. I'm Ernie Johnson, joined again by Shaquille O'Neal and Kenny the Jet Smith. Some incredible work in this one by Blake Griffin. He had 12 points, 3 assists, and 3 rebounds. Tonight isn't an exception as looking back at his last few games, he's been stringing together some incredible performances. Kenny, let's start with you. What you think about the Heat?
Well, they just about ran their offense to perfection. They pounded the ball inside, and the entry feeds were on time and on the money. It was a clinic to watch. The second half is going to be no contest if they keep getting shots 8 feet and in.
And over to the big fella, your thoughts on the Hawks?
You don't have to dig very deep to see why they're getting crushed. Just look at the rebounding stats. They've been weak juice on the glass, and it's going to cost them. Weak juice and barbecue chicken. What a diet. I'm sure they're getting an earful in the locker room right now, and they deserve it, Ernie.
And that'll do it for now as the second half of our game is about to get underway. Kevin Harlan has the call.
Welcome back, everyone, to the start of the second half. Big margin on our hands, but we'll see if that gap narrows down in the third and fourth quarters. You look at Blake Griffin in this game. He's been everywhere.
I tell you what, it's a pleasure to watch him when he's at the helm, because of that first half, offensively, he was in a zone.
It sure is a treat to watch him, guys. I mean, everything's been running through him, and he's doing a fantastic job keeping the offense clicking on all cylinders.
Our second half of basketball, and presented by Gatorade. Let's see who's all fueled up and on the floor to start the third. On the court for the Heat, they've got Winslow. Harris is out there with Dragic. Then there's Favors, and it's Griffin in at power forward. Last year, a good one for Jeff Teague, Clark. He was a first-time All-Star in this league.
He's a pick-and-roll technician, so good in reading the defense as he operates from that spot on the floor. He was really the catalyst for what was a really efficient offense for the Hawks.
And he is the ultimate when it comes to being a floor leader on the offensive end.
Yeah, you know, he's got a little bit of Greg Anthony in him, and he has been that leader today. I think he's done a really nice job of moving the ball and distributing it the way it needs to be done.
Well, Clark, I'm glad you referenced specifically why you thought he had a little Greg Anthony. I thought you were talking about my knees, my man. He looked a little hobbled out there for a moment. And Jeff Teague, a real speed merchant. I mean, very tough to stay in front of. He can put you on skates, blow by, and get right to the rim.
Favors, and he takes that one up and powers it through.
And we're seeing the shots start. to fall for them now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this has been an extremely efficient second half for them up to this point.
Time call here. The Hawks decide to talk it over.
And guys, Jeff Teague at attack guard. He's just an average three-point shooter, but he gets to the free throw line in bunches, shoots at a high percentage, and has really revolved, I think, into one of the elite point guards in the league.
Mike Scott's checked in for Muscala. Teague against Dragic. Teague kicks to Scott. Shot clock at 5. There's the pass to Korver. The three from Sefolosha. Miami grabs the miss.
They've shown effort and aggression in the paint right from the tip. Their rebounding edge is impressive.
And they're giving themselves extra possessions and have taken advantage of it, and that's critical. You can shoot a few lesser percentage if you're getting more opportunities at the rim.
Griffin against Teague. Millsap. And 2 free throws coming up as he misses that one. Drawing the whistle and a lot of contact there. It's on Gary Harris.
And guys, you got to love the front court for these Atlanta Hawks. I mean, Al Horford and Paul Millsap both give up a few inches in terms of height, but you won't find a more skilled and versatile front court in the NBA.
Justin Holiday's checked in for Atlanta. The Heat also with the sub. Dragic is checked in. On the wing, Harris. No good from the wing. The Hawks trail by 18. T kicks to Korver. Blake Griffin pulls it in. Griffin's got 3 rebounds so far in the game. Well, speaking of the skill of the Atlanta front court, their offense predicated on ball movement and spacing and shooting. Not like San Antonio. Horford and Millsap a perfect fit.
Really, those two enjoy playing together. Excellent chemistry between them because they're both mobile, agile, skilled big guys.
T kicks to Millsap. To stop the drought. No good. And Miami the other way now. Dragic with it. Picked up by Teague. On the wing, Harris. Tries from 16. And Griffin with the score. The assist by Harris. 16 points for Blake Griffin. Millsap dishes to Teague. In the third quarter with just over 3.5 minutes off the clock. Launches it. And it's Dragic with the rebound. Miami leading by 20. And it's Harris off the drive from 18 feet away. Jump shot is good. Harris has got 4 points now in the quarter.
No doubt about the consistency when it comes to scoring the basketball for him tonight. A real nice lift for their offense.
Atlanta calls timeout. Blake Griffin really making a difference here.
He's been attacking the rim with reckless abandon. They're searching for answers. Some way they got to figure out how to contain him.
Here's what Atlanta's going with right now. Muscala, he's checked in for Sefolosha. Tim Hardaway Jr. comes in for Kyle Korver. Jose Calderon, he's checked in for Justin Holiday. And Dennis Schroeder subbed in for T. Back to Calderon. Nails the wide open jump shot. Heat have gotten 5 of 8 shots to fall for them in the third quarter. A nice 62% from the field. Here's Galloway, and that one's good.
Boy, Kevin Love certainly is one of the best passing big men in the league.
And some stats here, guys. The scoring breakdown for the Heat.
Guys, the passing we've seen from them has been tremendous. Very unselfish.
And also, how about the points they've gotten in transition or on the fast break tonight? That's been a huge factor as well.
They set the pick. Hardaway passes to Calderon. Nice ball movement here by Atlanta. And that one's good. Millsap.
Textbook. Nice pass. Great catch. Even better finish.
Miami leading by 21. 1:11 left in the third quarter of the game. And it's off from three-point range. Schroeder kicks to Muscala. Outside Hardaway. Now here's Calderon. T right on him. Shot clock at 6. Hardaway against Harris. Hardaway, no good.
That's a shot he's got to hit. You don't get many looks better from that range.
Tries it from 19, and the basket by Harris. Harris has got 6 here in this quarter. Now 8 seconds separating the two clocks. Schroeder with the ball, and it's Lynn picking him up. Hardaway, no good.
And fancy finishes like that look great, but man, it's embarrassing when you blow them.
And it's Harris off the drive. Feeds to Galloway. Lets it go with the 3. And that one's good. Galloway has got 13. 8 seconds left to play in the third. And here's Schroeder. And once again off the mark by Atlanta. And as we conclude the third quarter, pretty much a blowout. It's been a one-sided affair. And we welcome you back as we get going here in the fourth quarter. The final quarter of play can change everything. The Hawks shooting around 41% on the night. We've got Teague. Mike Scott out there with Quincy Pondexter. And it's Holiday in at the 2 spot. So that's the lineup for Atlanta. Shot clock at 5. Scott got a hand on it. And as it goes out of bounds, Atlanta able to keep the ball here. Goran Dragic is checked in for Langston Galloway. Holiday inside the line. The offensive rebound. Second chance shot. And lots of contact there. Missing the shot. He'll shoot 2. Larry Sanders picks one up.
At the line for the Hawks.
That one is off.
Mike Scott.
And Mike Scott, a former second-round draft pick who has carved out a role here in the NBA the last 2 seasons. Clark, he was a major contributor off the bench.
Yeah, he's a bit of a tweener, you know, not big enough to maintain position down low on a consistent basis and not quick enough to really be a 3-man or small forward, but what he can do is get to the basket, rebound okay, and knock down the deep shot.
Here's Covington. Teague covering. 6 on the shot clock. The Heat need to get a shot off. And Dragic gets it to go on the assist from Sanders.
And getting back to Mike Scott, his three-point percentage and attempts have increased each year he's been in the league. With a high, quick release, he's capable of making tough shots with a hand in his face in a way other players simply can't.
And it's Dragic off the drive. The shot no good. Great D that time from T. For Atlanta, they've gone 0-3 to start the fourth quarter.
You know, guys, we were talking about Scott shooting from downtown, but he can also score from mid-range, pick and pop off the dribble. When he's able to square his shoulders, he's deadly. I mean, he's a versatile big guy with a nice shooting touch.
Dragic left side. That's in, coming off an assist from Dragic. Dragic has got 4 points now in the quarter.
Assists like that have typified their effort today. Terrific ball movement.
Really a prime example of the difference in how these teams have operated offensively. Much more individual play at the other end.
Tavares, no luck, and it's Miami the other way. The Wizards on the road to face them after this game. And that's the first game in a string of 3 straight at home. Kicks to Dragic, and stolen by Jeff T. And here's the fast break. Scott leading the way.
Wow, the floor just really opened up for him on that possession.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for good offense, but that was just a terrible reaction from the defense.
And Dragic has it in the corner. And another basket for Miami. A little over 2.5 minutes have passed here in the fourth quarter. Clark, they've been looking out of sync offensively.
You know what? A basket here would do a lot for their confidence.
Foul call that time on the way up. That'll give them 2 chances at the free throw line here. And he makes the first.
Checking out the game Mike Scott is having. He's got 8 points and also an assist.
Scott hits them both.
Yeah, I like that they haven't lost their aggressiveness here in the second despite being down.
That's exactly when you need to be aggressive, Greg. You know that. I mean, another good job, though, of drawing contact and getting to the free throw line.
Dragic kicks to Sanders. Holiday with it. Now guarded by Dragic. Dragic comes with the double team. And the rejection by Sanders. Dragic against T. Outside Dragic. He dishes it to Zeller with his first shot attempt. That's it, coming off an assist from Dragic.
Assist from
Dragic has got assist number 8 now on the night. Teague against Dragic. There's a good screen. A shot by Holiday. Nobody around. The Hawks again can't hit. The Heat have gone an outstanding 4 of 5 from the field in the fourth quarter so far. Dragic kicks to Zeller. And another basket for Miami.
You don't need much range to hit from that distance, Kevin.
And for the Hawks, they're shooting at 36% on the night. They've got to step it up offensively. It's stolen by Dragic. Here's Covington. Rebound, Atlanta. Scott's got his third rebound tonight. Teague against Dragic. Teague drives in. And a foul called on the shot. Got him on the way up that time, so he'll shoot 2 right here. Well, you just watched Jeff Teague. He's a natural scorer. Clark, he's also made steady improvement as a playmaker.
At this rate, Kevin, well in the top 10 in the league. He's cut down on his turnovers as well. You can tell he's starting to really figure it out, and the game is slowing down for him.
Atlanta making a switch here. Hardaway's checked in. And Miami with a change here, too. Langston Galloway's checked in for Goran Dragic.
Well, guys, this was never really a contest. Just a total obliteration, if you will. And you can safely say mission accomplished now for the Heat.
And this was one that never really was in doubt, I thought, Stephen Clark. An all-around dominant performance. Clark, and you kind of thought that maybe even going into the game.
I certainly did, and they just cracked it open and made it an NC. No contest.
Yeah. In what's been a good season already, tonight's win will take their record to 50 wins, a big milestone here tonight.
And on the season, this is going to be their 3rd win in 4 games against this team.
And you could see, Greg, how badly they wanted this win. For 2 very familiar opponents, a win in the season series really carries an awful lot of extra weight.
And beyond the actual result of this game, fans are going to look back and see this was just a monstrous performance for Griffin. Every time there was a big possession or a big play, he was a major contributor. Just a great all-around game.
He came off the screen and finished. With authority.
And a sturdy screen set for him that time, and he doesn't fool around, just straight to the rim for the finish.
No way for his man to get around that one, that's for sure.
No chance, Kevin. I mean, the screen was in the right spot. His feet were set. You would have had to go straight through him, and that's not legal.
Zeller inside. Scott's there. A nice shot by Zeller. 30 seconds left to play in the final quarter. Schroeder passes to Scott. Outside Holiday. Back to Scott. There's the feed to Hardaway. Shot clock at 5. And the rejection by Sanders. And good on the basket. Took it. Here's Galloway from downtown. No good. And so Miami takes this one by a big margin. This one was over well before the final buzzer. The fans were waiting for something to get excited about, Greg, but they never got it.
They sure didn't. I mean, they just rolled to this win. They made it look really easy. What an efficient performance at both ends.
And time now to go courtside as we send you over to Doris Burke from the sideline. Doris?
Guys, I'm here with Goran Dragic, and what's been the key to your success tonight and in general for the team of late?
In the last two games, everybody is playing for each other. You know, we're sharing the ball, we are active in defense, and we run. I think so. Last two games, that was the key. Everybody was involved, everybody was shooting the ball well, and here's the result.
Sharing is contagious. Goran, thanks for your time. Guys, back to you.
Doris, thank you as always. And that'll wrap it up, folks. For Greg Anthony, Clark Kellogg, and Doris Burke, this is Kevin Harlan. Thanks for watching the NBA, presented by 2K Sports. Now it's time to head back to the studio with Ernie Johnson, Shaquille O'Neal, and Kenny Smith.
The 2K Sports postgame show.
And Ernie Johnson here again with Shaquille O'Neal and Kenny Smith. Let's take a look at our Jordan player of the game. Let's get your opinion, Kenny.
He had a very nice night from the field tonight, shooting over 50%. That smooth, soft touch was working for him tonight. No matter how tight the D played him, he was still shooting it right in their face.
He came off the bench and torched him tonight. That's my torch sound, Ernie. I know it don't sound like a torch, but I know you feel the heat. I don't think the plan was for him to play as big as he did tonight. But once this kid hit the floor, it didn't take long for him to take over.
And folks, that's it for us. Thank you for tuning in. Always a pleasure. For Kenny the Jet Smith, for Shaquille O'Neal, this is Ernie Johnson. Have a great night.
It's the 2K Sports pregame show.
Ernie Johnson joined by Shaquille O'Neal. Kenny the Jet Smith, thanks for tuning in. You're watching the NBA on 2K Sports. Tonight's broadcast will feature the Miami Heat as they go up against the Washington Wizards. Looking at the Wizards, with a record of 3-7 over their last 10 games, they have been struggling. Wins hard to come by. We'll see if they can grab one tonight. And at the All-Star break, a chance for players to heal and recuperate. And Kenny, let's talk about injuries. A part of the game, but some manage to stay healthy. Is it all just luck?
Well, some of it's luck, but a lot of it's preparation. If you prepare your body for the rigors of the NBA season, you're going to reduce the...
On the road, looking for a win against an Eastern Conference rival. The Washington Wizards are ready for this thing to get started. They're just off a road trip, and the Heat are looking to settle back in here at home. And, of course, Gerald Green, they'll need someone to fill his role.
Well, to say the deal changes the look and feel of this franchise is stating the obvious. I mean, they are a vastly different team than they were a few days ago. Obviously looking long-term rather than the short-term.
Exactly. I mean, trading away a player with this talent is clearly a big picture deal. I mean, you have to balance fit and talent as well as upside, and then to throw in the financial consideration. So this is more than just about the player.
And now Washington's starting group. The talented Wall and Beal team up in the backcourt. Nene and Gortat team up in the paint. And it's Porter at the three, the small forward.
I tell you what, guys, it's going to be a tough day on this defense if he's got the A-game rolling tonight.
And, guys, Blake Griffin has got to be one of the more humble stars in the league. You rarely hear about off-court issues and interviews. He was engaging and comes off kind of as a regular guy.
That's the way it appears to me, Kevin. The young man has his head screwed on pretty tight and both feet on the ground. He started out as a class act, and he's... stayed one.
And just over a minute played here in the start of the game. They need a good offensive possession.
Yeah, they've had a number of empty ones, a long time without a basket.
They got to find something, you're right. Porter dishes to Nene. They set the pick. 5 on the clock. Tipped away. 14 feet away. And again, Washington no good. Heat have gotten their first 3 shots to go in for them to start off this game. Dragic the pass to Griffin. From outside, off the mark. Washington has gone 0 of 2 from deep here. Doris Burke has an update for us. Doris?
Kevin, the Wizards head coach had a couple of moments for me. He knows that the challenge for his team in this game will be to slow down Blake Griffin, who he described as instant momentum. With Griffin being such a handful physically, they plan to limit his ability to get any space around the basket and hopefully cut down those powerful drives toward the rim.
Thanks, Doris. Now Wall. Following the miss by Gary Harris from deep. Nene kicks to Beal. Makes good on the step-back jumper. Beal's got his first points in this one.
Great shot. I mean, so difficult to get your shot on line when you're off balance like that.
Dragic dishes to Harris. He's looking for Griffin and finds him. Boom, he jams it straight down.
No way to mess that one up, Kevin. I mean, he powered it down with both hands.
Not this guy. He is a superb finisher.
And with He gets near the hoop, guys. He is a tour de force.
And so it's Washington with it. The Heat getting the bucket. And Beal kicks to Wall. He feeds it to Gortat. And it's Miami with the rebound. They are coming off that win against Atlanta.
They just looked stable pretty much from the get-go, guys. I mean, sometimes you'll... see some inconsistencies come up in a road game that you don't see at home, but not the case in that one.
Tremendous balance on display, Greg. I mean, when you look at who was carrying the scoring load, making assists, playing unselfishly, I mean, they had it all working, and that led to the nice road wins.
And really, he epitomizes what a point guard should be. I mean, his skills as a passer might actually be matched by that creativity he shows around the rim.
Well, judging by that jam, Greg, I'd say you're absolutely right.
Boy, that's a nice surge for them just when they needed it in a game that was so tight.
And some stats here, guys. The scoring breakdown for the Heat.
And so far, these guys have done a fantastic job finding the opening man and getting some easy baskets.
They've established their presence in the paint tonight. Also, a lot of their scoring to this point coming from down low.
Here's what Miami's going with right now. Whiteside's checked in for Favors. Love comes in for Winslow. Langston Galloway's checked in for Gary Harris. And it's Jeremy Lin in for Goran Dragic. Robert Covington's checked in for Blake Griffin. And the Wizards making a change here as well. Nene's checked in. Here's Galloway, guarded by Porter. Fader on the way. The shot's good from Love. Love's got his first 2 points of the night.
Could be the first of a lot of mid-range jumpers that we see from him.
Sessions against Len. Sessions passes to Nene. Good.
And really just unselfish basketball on the interior. That's the kind of pass a coach loves to see.
Well, nobody really knew, Greg, what to make of Washington going into last year's playoffs. They came out strong with a big sweep against a pretty good Raptors team.
Yeah, how about taking them down 4 straight? And it was the first time a team has swept an opponent without home court advantage since 2011. Also was the first sweep for the Wizards in franchise history.
Sessions dishes to Humphries. Here's Neal. Miami grabs the miss.
That is some tough defense there against one of the better finishers in our game.
Galloway kicks to Love. Carries it from about 10 feet away. Love's got his second bucket tonight.
And in the second round, the Wizards continued to be a tough opponent. I mean, they went up 2-1 on the Hawks, but were unable to keep the series lead. A lot of close, heartbreaking losses for them in that series.
So timeout called here. The first for Washington.
And the Hawks would ultimately take down the Wizards last year in the postseason. John Wall and his injury were a big turning point in that matchup. And all those buzzer beaters for both teams made it one of the most interesting series of the postseason.
And that one's good. Sessions.
Excellent communication on the inbound play there, guys. He got in a good position, and the pass was as it needed to be, on time and on target.
Now here's Lin. Quiet so far offensively, searching for his first point.
Good as it gets for a first quarter in terms of basketball.
Greg, you're exactly right. I mean, everything seems to be dropping. Impressive scoring here.
Here's Sessions. The Heat knocking down the tray. Kicks it to Humphries. The Wizards working the ball around now. Sessions passes to Nene. And there's the whistle. Fouled hard on the shot. He'll go to the line.
Yeah, way to play in attack mode and get to the line.
And, you know, the defense gets their money's worth on that foul. Stopping the layup and not giving up the and one.
Good on the second free throw. 24 seconds left in the first. Lin kicks to Love. Yes! And a nice assist from Lin. That's 7 points for Love.
clearly they've been the hotter team here in the first half.
Well, they've been grit and grind, working for those high percentage shots, and quite honestly, it's paid off for them.
Shots good by Neal.
Looked like he was channeling Bob Cousy right there. Since when does he take guys off the dribble like that?
Here's Callaway. And no good trying to get that one. And a chance to hear from Bradley Beal. He came from a football family in St. Louis, but said his mother introduced him to the... Maybe some other NBA players should be practicing with Bradley Beal's mom, because she has definitely honed something special into him.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, but I'm not sure some of the more delicate NBA egos can handle her trash-talking them when she beats them in a game of horse. Bradley's not only got a special J, but he's got a pretty good disposition, too.
Now the second quarter getting ready to start up. And let's quickly break down the game we've seen from Miami, guys.
Just the start they're looking for in this game. Solid offensively through the first.
Very crisp and sharp, not much stagnation at all on offense.
Winslow is out there with Kevin Love. Then there's Harris. Then there's Dragic. And it's Favors in at the 5, down low. So that's who Miami starts the second with.
You know, the Cavs had a slow start to last season compared to how everybody thought they would play. Still, it was the best start for Kevin Love in his career and would end up being the most winning team he's played on. Says something about how long he's waited for success.
Beal gets a wide open look. Can't get it to go. Now the Heat take it the other way. They went to Washington for their last meeting with the Wizards, and they came out with the win.
A huge margin of victory for them when these two teams squared off last, and they got scoring from up and down their lineup.
Yeah, the reserves, the guys coming off the bench, Greg, made their presence felt. And, of course, with their big lead, they were able to give the bench a lot of run.
Gortat with a screen on Dragic. Wall dishes to Gortat. Pulled the shot a little left, but the bounce goes his way. Gortat's got his second bucket tonight.
And defensively, they are on their heels every time the ball comes inside.
Yeah, I think they've got to ramp up the aggressiveness, Greg. I mean, if they don't, things are just going to get worse from here.
And they're getting their points now almost exclusively from the triple. 4 of their last 5 makes are from beyond the arc.
And, Greg, it's hard for me to watch this. I mean, the defense practically giving them those shots.
Winslow with it. Now Beal defending. Winslow, the pass to Dragic. It's tipped. It's stolen by Wall. Oh, and here we go. Wall's got it. The fast break chance. He kicks to Humphries. Oh, and there's the one-handed jam.
Great pass. John Wall is really good at finding the open man.
Here's Love, and that's good. And it's Dragic with the assist. Dragic has got 5 assists tonight.
And really, he's just done a great job of finding the open man every trip down.
Boy, it sure has seemed as though he's done it every time. It's been an awesome display of passing for him today.
Miami leading by 8. Pass to Love. Off target there. That would have pushed the lead to double digits. And Beal kicks to Gortat. Passes it to Humphries. There's Neal with the 3. They grab their own miss. Miami's gone 2 of 4 from three-point range so far in the second quarter. Out to the right wing. There's Winslow. The shot is off. And Washington the other way now. This game coming after a loss against the Pistons.
And listen, you have to take advantage of the freebies. And on that night, they did not, and that is why they just could not recover.
Exactly. I mean, they left too much cheese at the foul line. And in the end, it mattered on the scoreboard and cost them.
No one covering. And it's 6 points for Gary Harris.
And they've got to talk to each other on D there. Miscommunication, and now he's able to make them pay. And it was a very public falling out between Goran Dragic and the Suns front office. That was a real tense few weeks there before ultimately he was traded.
And the Heat going with the whole new group on the floor. And a new group getting ready to come in for Washington. Nene, he's checked in for Humphries. Porter comes in for Gary Neal. Garrett Temple has checked in for Bradley Beal. And Sessions subbed in for John Wall. 4 on the shot clock. And the shot is good. Nene's got 5. And, of course, Dragic was traded to Miami last season. Said he felt betrayed by the Suns front office, which spurred him wanting out of Phoenix into South Florida.
Yeah, you know what? We'll never know the whole truth about that situation, but Dragic said they told him one thing with personnel and did something else.
Nene with the screen on Lynn. And Sessions kicks to Nene. Unloads from 13. No good off the front iron.
I tell you what, the defense should send Christmas cards for that miss.
Gortat comes up with the rebound. And here we go. The Wizards fast break. And stolen by Whiteside. Here's Griffin. Now that's how to finish the break. Throwdown with Griffin.
And that's how you make a steal count. Turn it into a quick slam at the other end.
It was... really a case, it looked like Greg Anthony right there, if I can say so. It was really a case of a great defensive play triggering some instant offense.
Yeah, I remember GA as an irritant, and this guy, much like Greg, creating havoc out there.
No good from Dragic.
Boy, I tell you what, guys, he's an extremely strong finisher. I'm surprised he wasn't able to power that through the defense.
And Temple kicks to Nene. Puts up the baby hook. A tad short, but it's good off the front iron. Nene's got 4 points in the quarter. 50 seconds left now here in the second. Here's Galloway. He had 19 points in the win against the Hawks in Atlanta. Here's Griffin. Makes that one his 6th of the night. Shooting a very healthy 6 for 9.
That's their 3rd straight make off an assist.
Great ball movement.
The pass to Nene. Who's back up. And so he earns a trip to the line. Official saw the contact and he'll shoot 2. The Wizards have gone 1 for 2 on the night so far from the line.
Really hasn't come together for them as a group in terms of free throw shooting. Just around 70% on the season.
You know, the numbers from the line, guys, are close to where they were last year. But just a tad worse, so not too bad.
Zeller, he's checked in for Miami. Robert Covington comes in for Zoran Dragic. Here's Galloway. The basket good off the assist from Lynn. Galloway has got his 2nd basket of the night.
Boy, guys, they've shown some great passing on their last few trips down the floor. Excellent.
4 straight passes leading to scores. Great team play.
Sessions dishes to Gortat. Shot from 16, and that's not going to go. That'll do it for the first half. Heat lead by 14. And now let's catch up with Doris Burke, who's standing by on the sideline. Doris?
Well, guys, I'm here with Bradley Beal. And Bradley, we've heard Coach stress the importance of rebounding. Is that going to have to be a team effort in the second half for all 5 players on the court?
Yeah, all five guys. I think we're too worried about getting out in transition. So I think 1 through 5, including the guards, I know we all got to get in there and rebound.
The guards must contribute on the glass, no doubt. Bradley, thank you. Guys?
Thank you, Doris, and we'll be back for the 3rd quarter of action following halftime.
And now, the 2K Sports Halftime Show.
Hey again, everybody. We've been watching a pretty lopsided game through the first half, that's for sure. I'm Ernie Johnson, joined again by Shaquille O'Neal and Kenny the Jet Smith. What a performance so far tonight by Kevin Love. He had 14 points, 2 rebounds, and 1 assist. His opening period tonight, right on par with his performance last game out, which was outstanding. Kenny, let's start with you. What you think about the Heat?
Well, how about that ball move? That was a true definition of team basketball. All 5 guys moving, all guys rotating, everyone touching the ball, a bunch of assists, tons of easy baskets. It gives everyone on the floor confidence when you're playing like that.
Shaq, what was your takeaway on Washington?
Ernie, they are way too weak defensively in the paint. They're getting walked over down low, giving up a ton of points. Barbecue chicken everywhere, with the sauce, without the sauce. We're having a Thanksgiving feast in here. That's a recipe for disaster. They cannot keep letting guys drive the lane, layups, lobs. Defense is weak, Ernie.
And now, folks, it's just about time for the third quarter to begin. We will see you after the final buzzer.
Well, it's been a one-sided affair so far through the first two quarters, but there's plenty of time to mount a comeback. Kevin Love really has his fingerprints all over this one.
He created a lot of quality shots for himself in that first half, and he knew when to pass it up when the double team came.
And that led to a very high points per shot number for him. For those of you that are into analytics, that stat really tells how efficient a player has been, and he's been very efficient so far.
Wizards trail by 14, all fueled up and ready to go. Let's reset the lineups courtesy of Gatorade for the second half of basketball. So on the floor for Washington, the great pair of Wall and Beal are at the guard spots. Nene and Gortat team up in the paint, and it's Porter at the three.
I'd love to see them impose themselves a little more on the backboard. That's a great way to find confidence. Always a surefire way to get back in the game.
Well, guys, they need to do something to reduce this deficit. We'll see if that's the answer.
And it's Justice Winslow with the foul. That's his first foul.
That's his first personal foul.
There's the screen. It's Wall with the drive. Nene. And that comes off the assist by John Wall. Wall's got his fourth assist in this one.
Well, I tell you what, Nene is a man among boys down low. Remarkable physical power. And he's also got a tough mentality about him. Just a real rugged individual.
So they foul intentionally.
Really no idea why you're fouling in a situation like that. You know, maybe there's some bad blood between those two.
Yeah, but that's no excuse for that kind of foul. I mean, that might be an explanation for it, but certainly doesn't justify it. And even then, it's just not a good play.
He is just really almost playing for the other team. The shooting has just been poor.
Dragic with a wide open look. Buries it from three-point range. Dragic has got his first bucket of the game, and he's on the board for three. And getting back to Nene, an obvious inside player with great impact. He looks and plays like a man possessed. Yet through last season, Greg, he's never averaged as... much as 8 rebounds a game.
And, you know, his true value is measured in intangibles at times, not just on the stat sheet. He does all the dirty work so others can shine.
Chris Humphries has checked in for the Wizards. Third quarter here, over a minute and a half into it. Outside, Wall. Porter with the screen for Wall. And then jammed down as it goes right over Blake Griffin.
And it was the screen there, guys, that freed him up as he ran his man into it.
And then it was all acceleration, GA, to the bucket right after that.
Almost a backboard breaker.
And that last replay courtesy of Kia.
And you see the way Blake Griffin plays. He is a force. Very hard to contain him when he gets in close just due to his strength and activity.
Gary Neal's checked in for Washington. For Griffin and his ability to create contact close, he's been called a bull in a china shop, something that I think Clarkie embraces.
Yeah, I think he'd rather be the bull than the china in that situation because of his strength and physicality. And I think that's the right mentality to have as a power forward. He's been one of their more reliable options today, guys. I mean, his shooting has led them to this lead.
It's Wall with the drive. Great D that time from Favors.
It's a +5 advantage for them in the rebounding category after that board.
Very steady with their work on the interior. Really a well-rounded effort overall.
It seems that every pass they make is leading to a score here. I mean, that's just exquisite ball movement.
And that's because the ball is looking for the best shot, and it's really paid off for them during the run.
Major defensive lapse right there. I mean, he's not a player you can leave open for a jump shot. You've got to stay attached to him. They're lucky he couldn't punish them for it.
And there's the feed to Beal. And a foul on the shot. He'll go to the stripe for 2. That's on Goran Dragic.
And we've all seen how dominant Bradley Beal can be. The 3rd overall pick in the 2012 draft. He's already had a solid young career, but still plenty of room to grow.
Talking about Bradley Beal's potential, it's not just the shooting, it's also the passing, and you really don't think of him as a passer, but for such a young two-guard, he's extremely unselfish, averaged over 3 assists a game over the past 2 years.
And the true stars of our game feature versatility. And here's a guy that has also tremendous upside as a rebounder. I mean, how about getting 7 boards almost a game the 1 year he was in college? So he understands the importance of impacting other areas. I mean, last season he had his highest steals average of his career, and everything's upside with this young man. The sky's the limit.
Excellent point. Wall against Land, and Wall kicks to Beal. That's good, and so Wall with the assist. Wall's got 5 assists tonight.
A lot of space right there to get that shot off.
Not a very good job of the defender getting over the top of that screen in that particular play.
Here's Love, offensive rebound, second chance shot, and fouled hard that time. He'll get to the line and shoot 2.
That's his second personal.
Well, some of the big men in the league didn't mind drifting out and letting it fly from deep. Here are the best three-point shooters, centers, and power forwards. Number 1, Kevin Love.
And maybe most of the time a coach doesn't want to see his center or power forward drifting away from the hoop, but that's not the case with him.
It most certainly is not. I mean, when your three-point shot is that reliable and that lethal, I mean, you have to use it if you've got a guy on your team that can shoot it like that. Maybe they sacrifice some size in the paint when he goes outside, but they're usually 3 points richer because of it.
And let's take a moment here to get your guys' take on scoring so far for the Heat.
They keep piling up the assists, and they haven't cooled off at all.
I've been impressed with how well they penetrated tonight, too.
Down low, here's Zeller, and he stuffs it. What a pass to set him up.
Flush that thing down, young fella.
That is a fierce two-hander.
maximum force on that dunk.
Lynn against Sessions. To the inside. Count the bucket coming off a perfectly placed assist.
Very well executed pick to give him all kinds of space to get that one off.
Outside, Lynn. Beyond the arc. And Kevin Love, the bucket with the assist by Lynn. That's now 22 points for Love. Wizards trail by 21. 1:10 left here in the third quarter. Time called here. The Wizards decide to talk it over.
And for Kevin Love, such a big part of that Minnesota Timberwolves franchise. I mean, they drafted him 5th overall back in 08, and really he had been their catalyst his entire career. Even last year when he decided he finally wanted out, he helped the Wolves land Andrew Wiggins in the trade that shook the league.
And it's the Heat on the break. And Zeller kicks to Love. And it's Miami with another.
And he's starting to show that killer instinct this quarter, looking to extend the lead.
Well, Kevin Love, and we've kind of gone over some things in Minnesota with Greg, but Clark, Kevin Love probably wasn't long for the Timberwolves.
Yeah, it was time for fresh scenery, and that's why the Cavs offered up the house, including Wiggins, who eventually became Rookie of the Year, for the chance to get Love.
The basket good off the assist from Lynn. And that's now 27 points for Kevin Love. For Washington, they've gone a solid 6 of 11 when shooting here in the third quarter. Gortat with the screen for Sessions. Rebound Love. Love's got his 3rd rebound tonight.
+8 in the rebound differential. One more reason why they're in control.
Yeah, double-digit advantage on the scoreboard. They've taken the initiative. They've played, I think, with more purpose so far.
Sessions passes to Gortat. It's blocked, and he recovers it. That's good. Gortat's got his 3rd bucket of the night. And a wide open look for Lynn. That misses. Would have counted had it gone in. The 3 quarters of play all in the books, and this one all but over already. It's the Heat running away with this one. And time for the short break, and stay right where you are. The 4th quarter is coming up next. Welcome back as we get ready to start the 4th quarter. Not exactly a nail biter here, but you never know. They've got Winslow. Griffin is out there with Favors. Then there's Harris. And it's Galloway in at the 1. That's the group on the floor for Miami. That's good.
You know, one aspect of their play today that's really been tight and far superior is their passing.
And that kind of flow can be elusive, but the great offenses have it, and that's just what they've shown here tonight.
Beal, that's for 2, and good, coming off the assist by Wall. And that's now 8 points here for Beal.
And that was Gortat. He usually scores, but that time set a nice screen.
Gortat with the steal. And here we go, the Wizards fast break. Beal's running. The 3 ball. That doesn't go either for Beal.
Boy, just by his body language, Kevin, you can tell he thought that triple was going to fall.
Yeah, it seemed like he had great rhythm on that. You can see the disappointment in his face.
Pulls up on the elbow. Another one falls for Washington.
That mid-range jumper is just another one of his weapons.
The Heat leading by 22. Now the dish to Favors. The fadeaway. Count the bucket.
Well, he could have earned some style points there, but he really doesn't need to use the fadeaway when he's that wide open.
The Wizards have gone 2 of 3 from the field to get the 4th quarter started. Nene, the screen. Wall, that's a 2-pointer. Oh, trying for it, but they get it back. Trains the 3-pointer.
Just a positive force right now for these guys, and though his team has fallen a bit short, it's not because of him.
Galloway kicks to Griffin. And the Heat get another bucket right there.
And that's sort of been the story here today, hasn't it?
Washington has gone 1 of 2 from three-point range here in the fourth. Nene, the screen. Beal from long range. The shot, no good. And it's Miami the other way.
It just hasn't been a very good day for him, guys. They need him to start burying some of those.
Galloway kicks to Griffin. That's good, and so Galloway with the assist. Galloway has got his 5th assist in this one. The Wizards have gone 3 of 6 from the field so far in the fourth quarter. Porter with the screen for Wall. Loses his man off the screen and lays it up and in.
Nice work on the inside. Hard to get that one up and over the big fella.
Well, it's not supposed to be easy down there, and a little artistry on the inside helped him make it happen.
Here's Griffin. Porter with the steal. Here's Nene. Dishes it to Gortat. Porter kicks to Wall. Inside, it's tipped and stolen by Favors. On the wing, Harris. Back to Griffin. The 15-footer, and the jumper falls for him. Griffin's got 29 in the game.
And he's caught fire this quarter, yet to miss a shot.
To the right side. It's Porter outside. Favors with the rebound.
Oh, that's got to be deflating and disappointing to miss a wide open shot like that right in your wheelhouse.
Feeds it to Griffin. Gortat with the block. And Wall kicks to Beal. Nene setting the pick for Beal. And Gortat with the stuff.
And did you see the screen that was set for him? I mean, that was how he got to the hoop.
It was the classic screenplay. Won't show up in the box score, but that screen deserves an assist.
Absolutely, Kevin. I mean, that took the defender right out of the play.
Timely passing leads to assists, and that's been the recipe for success.
Everybody on the same page, completely in sync. Tremendous communication and awareness.
Porter kicks to Wall. There's Beal with the 3. No good.
And this quarter, he has clearly been off the mark.
Harris with it. Now Beal defending. Harris dishes to Galloway. Offensive rebound, Heat. Favors. Lays it up and banks it in.
And so it's going to end up in the record books as a blowout. A dominating performance for the Heat.
And this was one that never really was in doubt, I thought, Stephen Clark. An all-around dominant performance. Clark, and you kind of thought that maybe even going into the game.
I certainly did, and they just cracked it open and made it an NC. No contest.
Yeah, I like that. And the strong effort here will convert into what will be their 50th win on the season.
Wow, they finished the season series undefeated. 4 games, 4 wins. Really asserting their dominance.
Well, they're going to finish, like you said, 4-0 against them, and you're right, very impressive.
A fantastic show. And what an amazing all-around game it was for Kevin Love. He was doing everything right, and the points came in bunches. Definitely had the hot hand. High-quality shot, just a little off there with the release.
And, Greg, that has him S-H-H-ing, shaking his head. Tough miss that time.
And the Wizards are going with a whole new group out there now. A nice shot by Lin.
And just a terrific job of taking care of business in front of the home fans.
And, Greg, those fans had a hand in the win. I mean, they gave this team a big lift throughout the game. I thought there was great energy in the building.
And so he draws the foul on the shot. trip to the line to shoot 2.
That's his second personal foul. Shooting foul.
Free throw good. Sessions.
2 shots.
And that one goes in. 2 from the line that time. Here's Lynn. And Miami can just let the clock run down here. Takes the 3. And Dragic with the basket on the assist by Lynn.
That one will seal the deal there. They've exploded here at the end.
Boy, I love the serious killer instinct they've shown. Finishing strong.
Sessions with it. And so Miami takes this one by a big margin. It was a tale of 2 teams tonight. One that was in total control, operating flawlessly, and Clark the other just searching for answers that they could never find.
Well, I think these fans too, Kevin, gave their team a tremendous lift. I mean, they never gave up on them. From the opening tip until the end of the game, they were in it. And that certainly helped this crew get to the W.
And time now to go courtside as we send you over to Doris Burke from the sideline. Doris?
Yes, guys, I'm here with Goran Dragic. And Goran, what a nice show the team put on for your fans tonight.
Yeah, great game for us, for our fans. They were amazing. This kind of games is really enjoying to play. We are hustling on every play, defense and offense, and I'm really happy that we won that game.
You enjoyed it, and we enjoyed it. Thank you, Goran. Guys, back to you.
All right, Doris, thank you. And that about wraps it up. For Clark Kellogg, Greg Anthony, and Doris Burke, this is Kevin Harlan along with our entire 2K Sports crew, thanking you for tuning in. And now to our good friend Ernie Johnson, who is standing by in the studio.
The 2K Sports post-game show.
Hey y'all, Ernie Johnson here along with Kenny Smith and Shaquille O'Neal. Welcome back for the presentation of our Jordan Player of the Game, Kevin Love. He had an outstanding third quarter. Whatever they needed in terms of energy and offense, he was the firepower that propelled them during the second half.
Just a sensational performance on a lot of levels, Ernie. Too many levels to talk about. Man, in some game, he's in the background. He doesn't get the chance to be the star of the show. But not tonight. He's the star tonight. Put him on the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
He was dead on from the field tonight, guys. I'd call his performance economical because there was no wasted opportunities. He took advantage of every good look he got. I mean, everything he put up was going in.
And folks, that's it for us. Thank you for tuning in. Always a pleasure. For Kenny the Jet Smith, for Shaquille O'Neal, this is Ernie Johnson. Have a great night.
two-game show.
Hello, basketball fans. Welcome to the NBA on 2K Sports, along with Kenny the Jet Smith and Shaquille O'Neal. I'm Ernie Johnson. In this game, we'll see the Indiana Pacers against the Heat in Miami. The wins have been coming pretty steadily for the Heat. In case you've been under a rock, they've continued their double-digit winning streak with no signs of slowing. A scary, tough team, and they're in full swing. Oh, and what a treat tonight. A battle royal between two powerhouses. This is the kind of marquee matchup that always seems to get the fans excited. Shaq, what are we in for tonight?
You know what, Ernie, when you're a great team, you want to establish your dominance over other great teams. This makes the matchup competitive. I want to see some elbows thrown, some flagrant fouls, some...
One is setting a nighttime view of vibrant Miami's downtown. Welcome to the NBA on 2K Sports. Joined in the booth with Clark Kellogg and Greg Anthony, this is Kevin Harlan. We are in Miami, Florida, the American Airlines Arena, home of the Heat. And, of course, Gerald Green, he won't be an option for them.
And as shocked as people are that they would trade away a player of his caliber, Kevin, they didn't just let him go for nothing. They got a lot in return. I think it's a deal that's going to really help them down the road.
And that's the idea. You know, you want to build a foundation on which this team can continue to move upward. So certainly some fans unhappy to see him go, but fans will be patient, and they also continue to be fans.
All right, let's set the floor, courtesy of Gatorade, all fueled up and ready to go. On the court for Indiana, Hill and Miles team up in the backcourt. Hill is out there with Channing Frye, and it's George in at the 3 slot. Here is Miles. He picked up 36 points in their last one against the Magic in Orlando.
Defensively, that possession better not start a trend because they just handed him 2 points.
And for C.J. Miles, he sure can string together a long line of threes under the league with a nice jump shot that has now become deadly.
Yeah, he doesn't get to the free throw line much, and he's not really much of a playmaker, but he's 3D in color. HD 3D.
So the wing on the left. Hill has the open look. Off target from three-point range. First quarter of play with about a minute and a half gone. Here is Miles. They've been leaning on him for a decent chunk of their offense. He's averaging over 15 points a game. Hill kicks to George. Uses the glass to finish the layup. George has got his first 2 points of the night.
And talking about C.J. Miles, he was filthy last year. Indiana needed his spark offensively, especially without Paul George in the lineup. Miles responded by putting up career highs in points and minutes played. Just an unbelievable impact on the season.
Let's find out what Doris Burke has for us.
Earlier, I spoke with Frank Vogel. I asked him how he was going to slow down Blake Griffin in this one, and he told me, any way we can. He went on to add that he didn't really have any one answer for Blake because he is such a dynamic player, adding, you see the dunks in the highlight reels, but he can hurt you in a lot of other ways as well. Really, we just have to throw everything we can his way. Guys?
Thanks, Doris.
And for most every team out there, guys, they're looking for a guy like C.J. Miles. Decent size.
Oh, wow.
It's a beautiful jam.
And this sort of awesome dunk is one of the reasons this team is in charge of this game right now.
Clark, there is a swagger out here on the court that they possess and are not afraid to show it either.
That's right.
I tell you what, I used to love to go up and jam like that.
And that was Kia bringing you the close-up on the big-time play. Pick up by Hill. Shot off the pick. That's good for George on the assist from Miles. Miles has got his third assist on the night. Outside Dragic. He kicks it to Griffin. And there's another one for the Heat.
And it looks like he might just be on his A game today, Clark.
Last outing for Indiana. They won that game against the Magic.
And believe it or not, it wasn't the stars that led the charge for them in that win. It was about the role players. I mean, the guys who they don't usually count on for the lion's share of their points came through.
The guys, simply a complete team performance, and road wins where everybody contributes really can galvanize a team and bring it together.
It's stolen by Dragic. Plays it in off the breakaway. Dragic has got 7. 1:58 left in the first quarter. Pacers have gone 6 of 8 in the game so far. A very solid start for them. The drive by Hill.
And guys, no doubt George Hill had it rough last season. He missed the first 28 games with that left knee injury. Came back for 5, then missed another 11 games before his season got going. But you know what? He had one of his most productive years from that point on.
And the Heat going with the whole new group on the floor. The Pacers also changing it up. Turner's checked in for Hill. Stuckey comes in for Channing Frye. And it's Ellis in for C.J. Miles. 18 feet out. And, yep, finally drops after rolling around the rim. Galloway's got his first basket. And getting back to George Hill, what a second half of the season he had. He tore up several key categories, Clark.
Yeah, he was bogged down by injuries early in the season. Came back to average career highs in points, rebounds, and assists. Partly because he was finally treated and looked to as a go-to guy, and he thrived in that role.
Lynn kicks to Love. Yes! And a nice assist from Lynn. Several lead changes going on here in the early portion of this game.
Yeah, but neither team really able to jump ahead.
Yeah, it reminds me of that Cameo song, Back and Forth.
And it's Ellis penetrating. Cannot hit. Great D that time from Favors. Miami's gone 2 or 3 from deep so far in this game. Dragic with a wide open look. And another basket for Miami.
Boy, what a slick job of passing from Jeremy Lin on that one.
Pacers trail by 4. Hill dishes to Ellis. He feeds it to Turner. Here's Stuckey. And the shot is good.
It's like everybody is in a rhythm right now. Incredible stuff here early on.
Both teams playing downhill. You know, coaches say that all the time. You want to play downhill. Well, at some point you think somebody's got to cool off in this one, right?
And that is good. Galloway's got his second bucket. We've got 22 seconds left in the first quarter. Now here's Ellis. He picked up 15 points in their last win against Orlando. From deep. And the release was before the buzzer, but it's off target. Hey, talk to Monte Ellis. He says he feeds off his doubters. He loves to hear someone's... And Monte Ellis is still trying to prove people wrong now in Dallas after their quick exit from the playoffs a season ago. Clark, it's been a decade in the league now for this very talented guard.
And you know, that kind of relentless determination is really something Monte is known for, and one of the reasons he has been around for 10 years in the NBA as a consistently good player and lethal scorer.
All right, the second quarter beginning in just a moment. And let's quickly break down the game we've seen from Miami, guys.
I just like the way they're getting out in the open floor, taking advantage of all those fast break chances here early on.
I agree with you, Greg. I mean, they can run, and they've done a good job filling the lanes in transition.
Kevin Love out there with Winslow. Then there's Favors. Then it's Jeremy Lin. And it's Galloway in at the shooting guard position. That's the group on the floor for Miami. And some changes here for the Heat. Cody Zeller comes in for Derek Favors. And it's Gary Harris in for Langston Galloway.
And now a look at Monte Ellis. The numbers on him. He's one of the standouts over the last month. He's around 18 points per game, 5 assists, and 2 rebounds. And just look at those scoring totals. He's been doing what he does best, putting points on the board.
Absolutely. I mean, he has those real natural scoring instincts. The ability to find creases in the defense, just fantastic.
Here's Miles, and so he draws the foul on the shot. A trip to the line to shoot 2.
Yeah, way to play in attack mode and get to the line.
And, you know, the defense gets their money's worth on that foul, stopping the layup and not giving up the and one.
And that one goes in. 2 from the line that time. Here's Lynn. He hasn't scored yet. That, I'm sure, will change. Harris outside. Beyond the arc. Hill pulls it in. Well, for Jordan Hill, something wonderful happened to him last season. The breakthrough he'd been waiting for on his 6th year.
Yeah, Kevin, you know, it had to do, and I think correlated with him getting a chance to start games, and it blew up for him from there. Posted career-high averages across the board.
Clock at 4. It's stolen by Harris. Here's Lynn. Basket is good. The assist from Harris. Lynn's got the lead up to 9 now for the Heat. And a breakdown here, guys. The hustle stats for the Heat.
Well, I think the defensive aggressiveness on display here has caught him off guard. Playing airtight defense and coming up with the steal.
And also, how about the fact defensively, they're getting that backboard and getting out in transition, especially in this first half.
Blake Griffin, he's checked in for Miami. Stolen by Winslow. And now Winslow pushing it up. No one back to stop him. Throws down off the coast-to-coast drive.
You know what? He wasn't going to wait around for any help on that break.
Solo soiree performance all the way. How about that for a little bit of a limerick?
I'm going to let it slide. And getting back to Jordan Hill, everyone had been waiting for this. I mean, greater activity, more aggressiveness, and he puts up career highs in points, rebounds, and assists.
Doris Burke has an update for us. Doris?
Hey, Kevin, during that last break, I heard Frank Vogel addressing his team. Teamwork was the theme of the discussion in that huddle. He said, quote, good shots are there for us on the perimeter if we share the ball, work it around, and find the open man. The other thing he stressed was the need to be disciplined on offense. He asked for good ball movement and good shot selection. Guys, they've got a decent hole to dig themselves out of, but still a lot of time left to do it. We'll see if those adjustments help.
And thank you for that, Doris.
On the topic of Jordan Hill, hey, there aren't many guys like him with his size who can move that well. He's entering the prime of his career right now. Will he continue to ascend, or will he be content with where he's at? Time will tell.
Down low, deflects the pass, and that's out of bounds. Miami will retain possession.
And a chance here to check out some stats on Blake Griffin. The last 10 or so games, he has been remarkable. First in field goal percentage, second in scoring, and he's among the top 20 free throw shooters in the league. Doesn't waste many opportunities at the line.
Yeah, and you're right. He's been the pinnacle of scoring efficiency. Never seems to take a bad shot.
And the Heat making a change here. Whiteside's checked in.
And he could be the guy to put this game out of reach.
Here's Hill. And he was fouled on the way up. 2 free throws now for him. The Pacers shooting their 5th and 6th free throws of the game. Free throw drops for Hill. Indiana making some changes. Paul George, he's checked in for C.J. Miles. Rodney Stuckey's subbed in for Monte Ellis. And so he makes both from the line.
They've been getting more and more physical as this game has gone along.
And it's starting to pay dividends. They've gotten a lot of trips to the line because of it in this second.
And he's going to get whistled for that foul, G. That was intentional, but not exactly logical.
How about pointless to foul there? I mean, I don't know where his head is, but it's not in the game.
Zoran Dragic, he's checked in for Miami. In Indiana with the change here, too. Turner's checked in. Stuckey can't get it to go. Miami leading by 9. Outside Dragic. And misses it off the right side of the rim.
And he rushed that one, no doubt about it. The D out of position, you can see the frustration on his face.
And it's Dragic with the foul. That's foul number 2 for him. Langston Galloway's checked in for Winslow. And a change for the Pacers. George Hill's checked in for C.J. Watson. George against Griffin. It's George on the wing. He's coming off a 28-point game against Orlando.
Yeah, but the rebounding in that game as well was just tremendous. I mean, he dominated the backcourt. The defense ready for him on that possession. They had to be, because he is so strong in the paint.
Dragic with it. George picks him up. Right side against Turner. Shoots from 12. His shot is good, making it a perfect 2 for 2 from the floor.
And look at how quick he was to bite on the pump fake. Left his feet way too soon.
Well, you see Blake Griffin, and he is known for his huge dunks and ability to score, but he is a very well-rounded power forward. He's one of the best power forward passers in the league.
Dragic against Hill. Got a piece of it. Turner with the steal. And now the fast break. George with the ball. And he takes that one up and powers it through.
Terrific job on both ends of that sequence. Very slick steal and then excellent transition offense.
And really it all stems from the aggressive defense. That's exactly what the doctor ordered. Not really sure what he was thinking about on that shot. That is not high IQ basketball.
Not at all. I mean, he shouldn't even have considered taking that shot. Just a poor choice there.
A shot by Griffin. Nobody around. Good on the three-point shot. Griffin's got 7 now in this quarter.
You know, he's putting on an outstanding offensive display, and he may just be getting warmed up here.
Hill kicks the fry. Good, and it's Hill picking up the assist. Hill's got 4 assists in the game.
The number of points they've scored in the paint already today is pretty eye-opening.
Wow, and that sort of showmanship is just deflating right now. Now to a team trying hard to get back into this game like this.
Yeah, definitely a jam with emphasis. A big apostrophe or exclamation point. How about maybe even a question mark, partner?
Yeah, I would have to say there are a lot of questions right now from a defensive standpoint. That's for sure.
Here's Galloway. And again, Miami with the triple.
And really, how about the quick release on that triple there, because he's given up a lot of height in that matchup.
Right on target you are, Greg. I mean, the quick release is what made the difference there. Any hesitation, and that shot is being blocked.
And that does it for the first half of play. Heat lead by 13. And now we'll send it down to Doris Burke, who's standing by courtside.
Well, Goran, just a quick question before you head off to the locker room. Is the varied offensive attacks the team has succeeded with tonight key to this nice lead?
Yeah, you know, if every player on the court is dangerous for basket, then it's much easier for us, you know. And for defense, it's tough.
All 5 guys a threat, guys. Always a pleasure to watch.
All right, Doris, thank you. And we'll be back after halftime for the start of the third quarter.
The 2K Sports Halftime Show.
Ernie Johnson here again with Kenny Smith and Shaquille O'Neal. We welcome you back to the 2K Sports Halftime Show. Some incredible work in this one by Blake Griffin. He had 13 points and 2 rebounds. Let's hear from you, Shaq, on the Heat first half.
Well, Ernie, Kenny, the offense was running really well. And their shooting percentage was outstanding, and it wasn't just luck. It's because the offense never allowed the opposing defenders to get comfortable.
Kenny, what did you think about Indiana?
Well, right now, they're getting a little embarrassed on the defensive end. They got outshot in the first half. But that's because no one put their foot down on defense to stop it. So in the second half, they need to play much more disruptive defensively. They have to do whatever it takes.
And that's it for halftime, as the second half is just about.
And as we begin the second half, first half wasn't even close, guys, and we'll see if there is a comeback on our hands or more of the same as we get the third quarter started.
Blake Griffin doing all sorts of things. 13 points, and he's chalked up 1 3-pointer on the day as well.
And Clark, I'm sure that won't be the last one. A lot of times he can get hot and stay hot from beyond.
Checking out the group for Frank Vogel to start the second half. Hill and Miles team up in the backcourt. Channing Frye out there with Hill. And it's George in at the small forward. And it's going to be out of bounds. The Pacers will take it.
That is just a careless turnover. You've got to be smarter in those exchanges.
The feed to Hill. It's stolen by Dragic. In transition, here comes Miami. Here's Griffin. That one wide left. So the Heat, their last game, a win against Washington.
And in that game, guys, I mean, the beneficiary of what was some very lackluster defense being played against them.
Agreed, guys. It was really quite shocking and disappointing how many free runs to the hoop they got.
The shot by George, no good.
You know, no doubt last year a bit of a loss for Paul George. I mean, had to sit out most of it after that gruesome leg injury in the Team USA scrimmage.
Here's Hill. His scoring has been there on a regular basis. He's averaging more than 14 points a game. Outside, George wants to get it to Miles and does. He got an advantage there off the pick and took it right in.
There's PG creating for a teammate. Terrific dime drop.
And thinking back on George's injury, still a very graphic image in everyone's mind, but he was able to bounce back.
Yeah, it was great to see him get some game time before the end of the season after that horrific injury. A credit to him working as hard as he did, as well as to the training staff that got him back to be able to play before the end of the season.
Dragic kicks to Griffin. They get it back. There's Winslow, and there's the whistle. Fouled hard on the shot. He'll go to the line. That one on George.
No question, he got bumped on that shot.
Yeah, the officials didn't need to talk that one over. It was obvious.
And one thing we know about Justice Winslow, he is great on the big stage. He was amazing in the tournament for Duke a season ago. Got better and better as he helped his school capture the national championship.
Here's what Miami's going with right now. Derek Favors checked in for Whiteside. Love comes in for Blake Griffin. And it's Jeremy Lin in for Goran Dragic. Lin kicks to Love. And foul called as he misses. He'll go to the line and shoot 2. With Winslow, it's all about improvement and being great on the big stage. I think he can do that, Greg. You talked about, you know, what he did in the national championship run. Clark, he was a fantastic foundation to begin with.
Yeah, you know what? He's not got many holes in his game. Solid at the defensive end, can score a lot of ways, puts his hands on winning at both ends of the floor.
And the Pacers call time here. Well, last season would be one where Kevin Love played a different role, saw his numbers decline, but that was, I think, especially with LeBron and Kyrie, much better players than he ever had in Minnesota. that was to be expected.
It's a great point, Kevin. And Love dropped about 10 points per game in terms of his output. The field goal percentage as well as three-point percentage was down, but still, he traded it all to be on a winning team. And I really feel like his numbers will start to go up as he makes the adjustment to playing with great players.
Good point. A moment to check in with Doris Burke. Doris?
I was able to listen in on what Frank Vogel had to say to his team. He made it clear that their offense needed to run through Paul George. Coach asked him directly to take the reins of their offense. He wants him to have a huge impact at that end of the floor for the rest of this game. Clearly some adjustments there had to be made because the time left for a comeback is quickly running out. Kevin, over to you.
All right, Doris, thanks.
And, you know, for Love last season, we knew he'd be in a supporting role to LeBron. You put any player next to LeBron, and he automatically becomes some kind of role player.
The offensive rebound.
It has not been an easy quarter for him, at least offensively speaking.
Harris outside. Lynn adds a two-pointer. It's rebounded by Indiana.
And thinking back to Love and his numbers last year, we saw the same thing from Bosh when he played with LeBron. Love and Bosh had similar reductions in scoring, but both were still great players, and they both have the ability to adapt and impact the game in other ways.
Here's Favors. That's good. Favors got his first bucket of the night.
Almost uncontested. I mean, it's nice to be able to add to the lead without having to really work for it.
Harris against Ellis. And stolen by Love. In transition, here comes Miami. Harris has got the ball. A nice shot by Winslow. And what's your take, guys, on the hustle stats for Miami?
The activity level defensively, I've really been impressed with. They've been an attack mode on the defensive end.
They've repeatedly gotten out on the break tonight as well and scored a lot of baskets in transition.
And stolen by Love. And now Harris running the floor all by himself.
And that's the classic 1-2 punch right there. I mean, nice steal. And then how about the elevation? Kevin on the finish.
And Greg, nothing spurs some quick offense like a great play defensively.
That indicates the importance of great on-the-ball defense, as was displayed right there.
Special thanks to Kia for that sweet Kia Slam Cam replay. On the wing, George. He's guarded by Love. Just 2 to shoot. The 15-footer. A nice shot by George. George has got 5 points now in the quarter.
Well, he certainly isn't the one to blame for them being in the hole. He's been on the money with his game.
Everyone understands the importance of Paul George to the ball club. That's why taking his offensive game to the next level would be so beneficial.
Yeah, he has all the physical tools, the instincts, and obviously he has made those strides. But if he wants to become a top 5 guy, he's still got a little bit of work to do in terms of his game.
Here's what Miami's going with right now. Cody Zeller's checked in for Winslow, and Langston Galloway subbed in for Harris. Outside Turner. There's the pick. Back to Stuckey. Indiana moving it around. George against Zeller. And George, here we go. And Galloway pulls it down. Miami leading by 16. A nice shot by Lynn. Lynn's got his second bucket of the night.
Wow, that's a really smooth finish.
That's why we and they always love seeing him at the end of those breaks. He makes it look fun and easy.
And there's a whistle. That goes on Jeremy Lin. That is his first foul of the game.
Hassan Whiteside. Blake Griffin. Goran
There's 14 seconds left in the third. Now George. 17 points in the game. Pass to Hill. For the three. Off target with that shot. And here at the end of the third quarter, it's a double-digit ball game. It's the Heat. Welcome back. Fourth quarter action starting up in what has been a 1-0. Pacers trail by 18. They've got Dragic, Cody Zeller out there with Griffin. Then there's Whiteside, and it's Galloway in at the 2. That's the group in the game for the Heat. To the left wing for 3, Fry, and it's Whiteside with the rebound. Whiteside's got rebound number 5 here tonight. And then Griffin with the dunk.
And as they continue to...
to just dominate this game, you have to wonder how much can they win by.
Well, it's on the verge of getting out of hand, Greg. You can feel it, you can see it, in part because the defense has been about as good as the offense, and both have been really good.
Outside, Dragic wants to get it to Zeller and does, and the shot is good.
They've had assists now on their last 3 baskets.
And it's not just their passing, but also the body movement off the ball that's created a lot of those opportunities.
Hill kicks to Stuckey. The dish now to George. Shoots. And good coming on the assist by Rodney Stuckey. 19 points here for George.
Really just a tremendous day for him. And if you remember, he was just as good in their last game.
Pass to Zeller. And another basket for Miami.
Some defensive breakdowns are starting to show up now. Their last 4 buckets allowed have come from very close range.
Yeah, high percentage shots are what they are getting in terms of the attempts, and that's just not going to get it done. They've got to figure it out.
The drive by Hill. Dragic with some nice D.
And the D does just enough to throw off his rhythm on that shot.
Griffin's shot is good.
Man, have they been effective at getting the ball inside.
I'll tell you, we're taking a look at some real deficiencies defensively. I mean, they've given up 5 straight good looks in the paint.
And the Pacers call time here. Blake Griffin really making a difference here.
He just continues to light them up. They're going to have to find a way to make him work harder for his points.
A different look for Miami. Derek Favors checked in for Whiteside. Winslow comes in for Cody Zeller. And Harris subbed in for Langston Galloway. Indiana also making some changes. Jordan Hill, he's checked in for Turner. And it's C.J. Miles in for Rodney Stuckey. Pass to Dragic. A look from Griffin. Not enough on that one as it misses.
I tell you what, folks. I bet he won't miss that shot next time he takes it.
Hill kicks to Fry. Pick up by Hill. The 3 from George. And that is good. George has got 10 points in just the second half.
You can't afford to get him that kind of a look.
Well, you know, he came off a good screen, but still, as a defender, you've got to do a better job of fighting over and through that.
It's stolen by Hill. And Gary Harris is going to pick up the foul. That is his first foul of the game.
That's his first personal foul.
Hill passes to George. George double teamed. Hill kicks to Miles. No good with the triple. Miami leading by 21. Winslow with it. He's picked up by Hill. Favors inside. He's against Hill. And that one's good by Favors.
And just solid play out of them that time.
For Indiana, they've gone just 2 of 8 in this fourth quarter. The final quarter not treating them well so far. Hill kicks to Hill, and he jams it with authority.
Well, he's an undersized center, but he more than makes up for it with some serious leaping ability.
Yeah, maybe a change of the game plan right now, looking at some different sets because of the matchups.
Yeah, I agree with you, because they're looking to tweak things to maybe get those matchups working in their favor.
Dragic dishes to Favors. Puts it up, and it's Miles with the rebound.
I tell you what, the defense should send Christmas cards for that miss.
He dishes it to Hill for three. No good. And Miami the other way now. The biggest lead of the game was 24 points. And Griffin, here we go. He makes his ninth shot of the game. He has only missed.
Well, if you're going to give them layups, there's no way you're going to get back in this game.
Indiana's gotten just 1 of 4 3-pointers to go down for them here in the fourth. Hill passes to George. There's the pick. Feeds it to Fry. That falls. Nice feed that time from George. A minute 42 left to play in the final quarter. Now the pass to Griffin. Good from the moment it left his hand. That makes him 10 for 14.
Well, I tell you what, I need to see some more assertiveness out of these defenders. They're not getting the job done.
That's a great point. 10 of the last 12 points they've allowed have come at the rim. Yes, and with this one winding down, it's obvious to everyone who watched it. Just a total mismatch and a true show of strength for the Heat.
And they really lit it up in this one. Fantastic offensive performance.
Most definitely. They shot the ball extremely well. It's a game to be proud of.
And for the year now, they'll have 52 wins under their belt.
And in this era of unparalleled parity, it takes a lot to sweep an opponent in 4 straight games. But that's exactly how they finished off their season series tonight against the Pacers.
And you have to look back at this and see the huge game it was for Griffin. You look at the energy he brought on both ends of the floor, and it's easy to see why he was a difference maker.
The drive by Hill. Hill kicks to Miles. Hill, a screen on Dragic. Off the pick. And it's Hill. That time the assist by Hill.
And that's why it's so important to really be a good screening team. You get a lot of open looks from it.
Dragic kicks to Griffin. Stolen by Miles. And now here's George, the fast break opportunity. And it's George again missing. Here's Miami now. And it's going to be 2 free throws. Drew contact on the shot.
Blake Griffin.
The first free throw is good. Both free throws good from Griffin. There's 18 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Now here's Watson, defended by Lynn, and so they foul intentionally.
Really no idea why you're fouling in a situation like that. You know, maybe there's some bad blood between those two.
Yeah, but that's no excuse for that kind of foul. I mean, that might be an explanation for it, but certainly doesn't justify it. And even then, it's just not a good play.
Here's Callaway. It's off. And so Miami takes this one by a big margin. This game may not have been the most exciting we've ever seen, but you have to appreciate just what a clinical performance they put on.
Yeah, they were the superior team in every department, in every category to me, Kevin. I know their fans loved it and appreciated it.
And now let's catch up with Doris Burke, who's standing by on the sideline. Doris?
Well, Kevin, in a game like tonight, what sort of elements of your identity and confidence are confirmed by getting this type of win?
That we can fight through and beat any team in the league if we're playing well. So for us to get this win here, our sixth man is our crowd. They've been great. They packed the house tonight, and we got a big win against a team that's right up there with the top teams in the league.
The crowd enjoyed it, and we did too. Kevin, thanks for your time. Guys, back to you.
Doris, thank you as always. And that'll wrap it up, folks. This is Kevin Harlan saying thanks for watching. And now the award-winning Ernie Johnson will take it from here. We'll see you next time.
The 2K Sports postgame show.
Ernie Johnson here again with Shaquille O'Neal and Kenny Smith. Without further ado, let's present to you our Jordan player of the game, Blake Griffin. He had just an outstanding fourth quarter performance. He really had the fire lit under him, and down the stretch, really having a huge impact on the outcome of this game.
His accuracy from the field was pretty eye-catching. I mean, if he was shooting the ball, it was going in. You rarely see a performance like this with this crazy high shooting percentage.
Wow. Ernie, that is the definition of domination. He took them to school tonight in every possible way. I know there's 10 players on the court, but I only noticed one.
And folks, that's it for us. Thank you for tuning in. Always a pleasure. For Kenny the Jet Smith, for Shaquille O'Neal, this is Ernie Johnson. Have a great night.
It's the 2K Sports pregame show.
Hello and welcome, everybody. Ernie Johnson, Shaquille O'Neal, Kenny the Jet Smith. We're glad to have you with us on 2K Sports. We'll watch the Miami Heat in this one as they go up against the Golden State Warriors. Well, for the Warriors, just one win over the last 7 games. They're not happy with how they're playing, looking to make amends tonight. And Klay Thompson.
Welcome, everyone. Let's get ready for some NBA basketball on 2K Sports. This is Kevin Harlan alongside Clark Kellogg and Greg Anthony with Doris Burke on our sideline. We are in Miami, Florida, the American Airlines Arena, home of the Heat. And, of course, Gerald Green, he won't be an option for them.
Well, as fans, as teammates, there are a lot of people that I'm sure are sad to see him go, given all he brings to the table. But I like what the trade does for him, and I bet it helps him right off the bat. I mean, it also is going to help him long term.
Well, we'll see, because you don't make a change this drastic without having a period of adjustment. So you may be right. We'll see how long it takes and whether this new look roster can gel.
And now the Golden State Warriors starters. Barnes and Green are the forward set. The Splash Brothers are the guards. And it's Ezeli in at the 5, roaming the paint. Well, from the moment he stepped into the league, Klay Thompson was lights out in terms of shooting. Clark, he has never had a problem knocking one down.
Well, the first player in league history to notch 500 made threes in his first 3 seasons in the league. That is remarkable.
And it's Dragic with the foul. That's his first foul. And about a minute gone here in the first quarter. Green passes to Kerr. Offensive rebound. Looking at the last game for the Golden State Warriors, it was a loss to the Hawks in Atlanta.
And I don't care how much you grind it out defensively. When you shoot it that poorly, you're going to struggle to win games.
Well, it's not only going to be a struggle, it's going to be virtually impossible if you shoot as poorly as they did.
And a really good way to start the game. He's a guy who, if he gets it going early, he's going to give you problems.
So first quarter just over a minute and a half in. He feeds it to Ezeli. And the officials whistle a foul on the shot. The bucket's good. He'll go to the line. And for Festus Ezeli, came in as an extremely raw prospect a couple years back, late first-round draft pick. His minutes were down actually last season, but his production was decidedly up.
Yeah, he went from 44 to 55% on field goals, from 53 to 63% on free throws. A testament to how much effort he's putting into developing that shooting stroke.
Took him no time at all on that one.
They're off and running. Good start here. They've knocked down 4 of their first 5.
The Heat have gone 3 of 4 from the field to start out the game. And again. Blake Griffin. Griffin's got his third basket of the night right there.
And, you know, going back to Ezeli, impressive physically, 7 foot, 7'6" wingspan, 5% body fat. If his skill set ever catches up with his natural gift, watch out, watch out.
Harris against Curry. This one for three. The Warriors pull it in. Their last encounter was in Oakland.
And really just a bad loss. No other way to put it. I mean, they maybe overlooked some of the bench players because those reserves got loose offensively.
I agree with you. I mean, the points off the bench, that disparity was decisive. You've got to have all hands on deck for this one.
And again, no good by Golden State.
And a footnote to Ezeli. One of his college administrators raved about his intelligence. He cited Ezeli's broad perspective on world trade, globalization, and I tell you what, if Ezeli keeps improving, he'll soon be a serious benefactor of the economics of American sports.
The Warriors have gone 50% from the field to this point, 4 of 8. It's stolen by Dragic. Good for the basket, starting off 1 for 1 with that shot.
Eight of the last 10 points at that end of the court have been scored on very high percentage shots in the paint.
And really, there is no resistance defensively right now. It is just far too easy.
Curry attacking. Nobody near Barnes. Outside for Curry. And the Warriors get it back. So he gets the whistle. Contact on the way up and 2 shots coming up.
And that's really just smart basketball. You send a poor foul shooter to the line.
Yeah, and he was on his way to sending that one down, so the play is definitely to foul right there, which he did.
And the Heat going with the whole new group on the floor. Different look here for the Warriors. Spates checked in for Green. Iguodala comes in for Barnes. Leandro Barbosa, he's checked in for Thompson. And it's Cannon in for Curry. There's 1:47 left to play in the first quarter.
And guys, one thing that we were treated with last year was Steve Kerr's great quotability in post-game interviews. And pressures. He said all the right things and deflected praise. Like a coach who had done it for many years.
Miami leading by 4. Galloway with the bucket.
And the story here, Kevin, early on is how well they've shot the basketball.
Very high percentage so far, and if you want to start a game hot, that's the way to do it.
Here's Cannon. Taking a look at his stats, he's averaging around 7.5 points a game. And a wide open look for Lynn. shot is off, and it's the Warriors taking it the other way. They really want to find that igniter here.
Yeah, that's right. Kevin, the offense has basically been running in place.
They got to get going.
That feed by Iguodala, a really good example of his passing ability.
Now here's Lin, looking for his first basket still in this one. And Love gets it to go.
And good passing. Setting up a lot of these buckets right now, Kevin. That's been the key.
Time-dropping delights is what I call it.
That's a nice pass. I will give you that one.
Yeah, he was on the money, that's no doubt. And that one's good.
I'll tell you what, the post play has been rock solid right off the bat.
It really has, and they've created a lot of high-percentage shots in the paint here already.
Here's Galloway. 11 points for him in that last game against Indiana. And again, Miami with the triple.
And that's one of his strengths, knocking down those long-range jump shots.
20 seconds left to play here in the first. Cannon dishes to Spates. Off the left rim and out.
Most of the time, that shot will go down. Or the defenders have to make sure they tag him.
And now it's a double-digit lead. Galloway has got 8 points.
And it's like raining buckets right now. I wonder if this is the early stages of a blowout.
Well, we've got to be careful. Don't want to get ahead of ourselves just yet. But it has been pretty ugly so far, no doubt about that.
And here is Lin. And Steph Curry, a player within the gym range. He told us about his comfort stretching the floor. I was going to say, Greg, how big must that hoop look to Steph Curry? And tough to guard might be the understatement of the day.
I mean, he is just an insanely great shooter. I mean, arguably, I don't think there's an argument. He's the best shooter in the world. The argument is whether or not he's the best shooter ever. And listen, I can imagine there's very few times that Coach Curry is not going to allow this Splash brother to let her rip.
And now the second quarter just getting set to start. And let's quickly break down the game we've seen from Miami, guys.
You know, it's been about how solid they've been offensively here, really tuned in with one another.
Good ball movement, and it's paid off on the scoreboard.
All fueled up and ready to go. Let's reset the lineups courtesy of Gatorade as the second quarter gets going. And for Miami, look at who they've got out there. They've got Jeremy Lin. Favors is out there with Kevin Love. Then it's Winslow, and it's Galloway in at the 2 spot. Zeller, who's checked in for Miami. Harris comes in for Langston Galloway. There's the pick. Here's Curry. That's in, coming off the assist from Thompson. Well, you think about Stephen Curry, and your first thought is he's a remarkable three-point shooter. That's right. But he's not just a long-range threat.
Yeah, I see him as a shot maker, one of the league's top mid-range shooters off the pull-up, too, and he's a creative finisher. Floaters and backspin shots, English, high off the glass. Again, the best shot maker, I think, in the history of the game. You know, he didn't need to make the layup complicated. I mean, it's not a trick shot contest, but he decided to go for a little extra flavor on that one.
Now here is Harris. He hasn't yet put up any points in this one. Love with the buckets.
And Curry, such a tremendous balance to his game, and he can square up on a dime to knock down shots. I mean, that's a focus also of his training. Doesn't do it with conventional pattern shooting drills. It's a lot of stuff to challenge his balance while he's on the move and shooting.
And it's good.
Boy, what a slick job of passing from Jeremy Lin on that one.
Curry kicks to Spates. Spates sets a screen for Thompson. Curry is inside, defended by Lin. Thompson inside the line, and Draymond Green picks up the foul. That is his first foul of the game.
Yeah, not afraid of the physical play, but he still needs to stay under control.
Yeah, he obviously was not under control right there. Not much doubt he was going to get whistled for the over-the-back call.
Catching up on the changes with Miami. Blake Griffin, he's checked in for Rinsler. And it's Dragic in for Jeremy Lin. Here's Griffin. And another basket for Miami.
And for Steph Curry, to me, that balance is remarkable. I mean, it used to be customary beyond the arc to fake a defender into the air and then step into a mid-range two, but Curry has introduced that more efficient sidestep for the wide-open three. And he just leaves the D in the dust and explodes to the basket.
You're right. Clark, maybe a momentum changer right there, huh?
It could be, Kevin. I mean, a dunk like that can sometimes get an opponent reeling.
Now here's Curry following the miss by Griffin. Here's Thompson. And off the front iron, and in it goes. Thompson's got 8 points.
And the crisp passing has opened things up for them offensively.
10 straight points off assists. That's very impressive, and it also makes the game easy and fun to watch. He shot the ball exceptionally well as they've built this lead for themselves here.
A different look for Miami. Whiteside comes in for Cody Zeller, and Langston Galloway subbed in for Gary Harris. Different look here for the Warriors. Bazili's checked in for Spates. Iguodala comes in for Harrison Barnes. Leandro Barbosa, he's checked in for Klay Thompson. And it's Isaiah Cannon in for Steph Curry. Here's Galloway. 8 points for him. That shot by Griffin, no good. Iguodala kicks to Barbosa. That one falls, coming off Iguodala's feet. 6 points for him.
Just impressed with the teamwork out there, setting the table for one another.
5 straight baskets, Greg, resulting from assists. They're playing as one unit out there.
Now here's Love. 6 points for him.
And you know what? He had to clear some space for himself to get that rebound. Not an easy one there among the big boys.
Plenty of space. That's it, and the Miami lead is cut down to 4 on the bucket from Cannon.
I mean, even he was surprised to be that open.
Dragic kicks to Griffin. And the layup is good. Griffin's got 7 points here in this quarter.
I like the way he's not forcing anything, taking advantage of what the defense has given him. He's been a key contributor for them in this quarter.
And the Warriors decide to take their first time out here. Blake Griffin really making a difference here.
He's been attacking the rim with reckless abandon. They're searching for answers. Some way they got to figure out how to contain him.
The Heat making a switch here. Favors is checked in. Barbosa. Griffin grabs the board.
He's not necessarily a strong inside presence, but he needs to polish those chances off.
In the corner, it's Galloway. Pulls up on the wing. And yes, sir, that one drops. And it's an 8-point Heat lead. 59 seconds left in the first half of basketball. Cannon, the pass to Iguodala. Green kicks to Barbosa. Green, the screen. They set the pick. Feeds to Cannon. Some nice passing by Golden State. And it's Barbosa, again missing. 2-for-1 chance here.
Let's see if they use the clock to their advantage.
Dragic kicks to Griffin. Takes it from 10, and that's good. And it's Dragic with the assist. Dragic has got his 4th assist in this one. 7-second difference, shot and game clock. Here's Cannon. He's guarded by Dragic.
And not a night he's going to want to remember, just not really able to score the basketball.
Galloway, the pass to Dragic. And the foul called on Hassan Whiteside. That'll be his 2nd foul of the game.
That's his second team foul.
Here's Cannon. 5 points in the game. They set the screen. Barbosa. And it would have counted had it fallen, but it's offline. And so that's the end of the first half. Miami ahead, leading by 10. And now we'll send it down to Doris Burke, who's standing by courtside.
Yes, Kevin, here with Stephen Curry. And Steph, you've had to deal with a lot of defensive pressure. What do you need to do to counteract that?
I just got to slow down. I mean, we're playing good defense, trying to trap the ball screens and take them out the 3-point line. But, you know, just got to be aggressive, keep getting shots up, making the right plays, and they'll turn around.
Steph, thank you so much. Kevin, it's not easy in the NBA.
Thank you, Doris. And we'll be right back after halftime for the start of quarter number 3.
The 2K Sports Halftime Show.
Welcome back, everybody. Ernie Johnson here alongside Kenny Smith and Shaquille O'Neal. We'll be taking a look back at the first half of basketball. The first quarter was all about Blake Griffin. He had 18 points and 2 rebounds. Let's hear from you, Shaq, on the Heat first half.
The field goal percentage was off the chisnarts, Ernie. Let me rewind it. The field goal percentage was off the charts, Ernie. It was well planned, well executed. They took very few bad shots, and that needs to be the focus from here on out. More smart basketball, don't try to do too much, and open the door for a comeback.
And over to Kenny now. How'd you think the Warriors were playing?
Can this team please get fired up on defense? I mean, get angry, get upset. Guys are way too soft and giving up way too many good looks. At some point, you got to draw the line in the sand. Be like, okay, who's crossing this line? If you're coming over here, I'm taking a hard foul, and I'm going to resist you on defense.
And that'll do it for now, as the second half of our game is a...
Give it up for now the second half about to start up and begin any moment.
Blake Griffin doing all sorts of things. 18 points, and he's chalked up 1 3-pointer on the day as well.
And Clark, I'm sure that won't be the last one. A lot of times he can get hot and stay hot from beyond.
And on the floor for Steve Kerr as we get into the second half. The Splash Brothers are the guards. Barnes and Green are the forward set. And it's Ezeli in at the 5 down low. Yep, it goes in, and the Miami lead is cut down to just 10 points on the bucket from Curry.
Well, that's one way he can finish, but far from the only way he gets it done. He's got all kinds of tricks up his sleeve. And, guys, you talk about ascendant stars in the NBA, none brighter than Steph Curry, the leading vote getter for the All-Star game a season ago. But what I love, he doesn't let it go to his head. I mean, he remains grounded and focused on winning.
Now, here's Dragic. Taking a look at his stats, he's averaging around 9.5 points a game.
Oh, the officials are all over that one.
Clearly a foul. I mean, didn't give him any choice but to blow the whistle. I mean, you got to play without fouling.
The Heat have gone 1 for 1, making their previous attempt at the line. Blake Griffin hits them both. And with a little over a minute gone, the second half is underway. Clark, some tough offensive sets. They want to turn it around.
Yeah, they need a basket just to regain some momentum here, Kevin.
And when he gets in his head that he's going to get to the basket, very little you can do defensively.
Here's Dragic following the basket by Draymond Green. And Griffin, here we go. No one on him, and he makes the easy one. Griffin's got the lead up to 12 now for the Heat.
And just a little bit ragged defensively there, Clark.
Timeout called the Warriors.
Yeah, saw some things that just weren't working for them and wants to make some adjustments.
Yeah, and no reason to wait around to do that, Greg. I mean, might as well make those adjustments right away.
Doris Burke has an update for us. Doris?
Kevin, I was able to listen in on what Steve Kerr was going over with his team. He said their plan was run their offense through Thompson. Coach reminded them that he is supposed to be the key factor tonight, and he still wants to see that happen. Well, they need to make something happen before the start of the fourth quarter, and maybe those changes will do the trick, Kevin.
Thanks again, Doris. Here's Barnes. Following the basket by Kevin Love. Barnes dishes to Thompson. That's good. He's 5 for 9.
A nice start to the second half. Just one miss in their first 5 attempts.
Here's Dragic. That falls. Great assist by Love. the Heat lead by 12.
Almost uncontested. I mean, it's nice to be able to add to the lead without having to really work for it.
Dragic against Curry. Miami grabs the miss. They defeated Indiana in their last game.
They just weren't challenged. I mean, nearly as much as they should have been in that game, at least when they had the ball.
Yeah, it was a mismatch. I mean, the defense from the start was on its heels practically the entire game.
Here's Curry following the basket by Blake Griffin. Pulls up, high post, hits the front of the rim and out.
A slight rebound advantage for them. One more column in their favor, and it's all adding up.
Well, you take a look at all of the stats, the team stats that is, and that's one of the many areas that they've had the advantage. And as a result, they've got a big lead.
And he gets it to go. 12 points for Klay Thompson.
Guys, he shot a very good percentage today, and they've needed it.
And Miami calls their first time out of the game. Just watching Festus Ezeli out of Vanderbilt play. He's got the big body inside, moves pretty fluidly, adroit, good footwork. He's kind of got the whole package.
Yeah, he does. He's a space eater. He's very strong, physically, good frame. He's a low down there. And what you said, the fact that he's fairly agile, makes him tough.
You know, and Ezeli missing a lot of games with various injuries from the knee and ankle a season ago. He can be a quality rebounder and rim protector, but he's got to find a way to stay healthy.
Zeller, he's checked in for Winslow. Now here's Curry. He's a guy we see deliver on a nightly basis, averaging about 24.5 points a game. They set the screen. A shot by Thompson, and no one's around. That one falls, coming off Iguodala's feed. Iguodala's got 3 assists tonight.
And Ezeli, originally from Nigeria, he picked up the game late. Only played 6 years of organized basketball before going. So still developing his hands and offensive skill set, but clearly he's got the tools physically to play.
Here's Thompson following the basket by Kevin Love. Curry kicks to Thompson and stolen by Favors. Here's Galloway. Oh, yes, he did. 5 up and 5 down for him so far.
They are just killing him on the interior.
Yeah, you can't say that with enough emphasis. I mean, the defenders are just not being aggressive enough down low. You got to play with some physicality in the paint.
No one near Curry as he lets it go. Can't make good off the screen.
His touch has disappeared on him this quarter. He just hasn't been able to get it going.
That's good.
Sound offensively, really no other way to put it here in the second half.
There's really no comparison between the teams in terms of the way they've both shot the ball since the break.
Now here's Curry, and he didn't get quite enough under that one.
You know, so many games are decided by which team wins the rebound battle, and that's held true in this one so far.
And Clark, their effort on the glass has given them the advantage, but it's also been the effort in general that's made a difference.
Here's Ezeli following the basket by Kevin Love. Curry kicks to Barnes. There's the pick. Back to Curry, 5 on the clock. Ezeli the pass to Barnes. And that time, also a missed shot.
Very dangerous to leave a guy like that open. Lucky break there for the D.
Favors inside, working on Thompson. Fader on the way. And a big bounce off the rim, but it sinks right in. Favors got his second basket of the game.
And the big lead becomes bigger. They are playing with purpose here tonight, guys.
And they're doing it at both ends of the floor. I mean, that's what you like to see. They've been controlling the action from both ends of the court.
Thompson dishes to Curry. That's in, coming off the assist from Thompson. 7 points for Steph Curry.
You can't afford to get him that kind of a look.
Well, you know, he came off a good screen, but still, as a defender, you've got to do a better job of fighting over and through that.
And as we... for joining us. Let's see what happens here in the fourth. Here's Cannon. They've got Whiteside. Winslow is out there with Griffin. Then there's Harris. And it's Galloway in at the 1 spot. That's the group on the floor for Miami. Now here's Iguodala. Cannon from long range.
And they've got a big lead, not just on the scoreboard, but really in the rebounding numbers as well.
And what I like about it, Greg, it's been a physical brand of basketball. Had a little sandpaper element to it, gritty and rough, but that's how you win games.
Here's Cannon after the Heat pick up 2. Here's the 3. Out of bounds. Miami takes possession. Goran Dragic is checked in for Langston Galloway. The Heat leading by 20. Dragic kicks to Griffin, and he gets it to go. Griffin's got... points here in the second half.
He's got some serious momentum going right now. He's been great all day. Even last game, he was on fire.
Cannon kicks to Green. Pass to Cannon. Back to Green. Dishes to Iguodala. Clock at 4. And he slams it down right on top of Hassan Whiteside.
Is there another player out there capable of moves as stunning as that?
A handful at the most. He is an elite company.
You know, he's got that it factor, no doubt about it. He causes excitement just by walking in the building.
Special thanks to Kia for that sweet Kia Slam Cam replay. Timeout called the Warriors. And one of Goran Dragic's greatest traits, Greg, excelling in the open court. High energy point guard, a lot like you, speed to burn, very smart guy, coveted by many.
He really is. And Kevin, he transitions from defense to offense as quickly as anyone in the league, a la Tony Parker, except he's also equally adept at facilitating for others and spotting up for the 3 or just taking it to the rack himself.
The Heat leading by 22. They double team Griffin. Good. And Harris gets the assist. Harris has got 3 assists in the game.
What a top-notch game he's having. He's gotten them in front, and it sure seemed like he's going to keep them there. All by himself, it looks like.
Now here is Barbosa. Green with a screen on Harris. Shot off the pick. That one a little long.
And with room like that off the pick, you have got to knock that one down.
Well, you know, they did everything right, Greg. They executed. All you want is a good look at the basket. Sometimes the shots just don't fall. Every time they get scored on during this run, it's come from inside the paint.
Yeah, they have really owned the interior. You've got to collapse that defense and force them to beat you over the top.
Here's Ezeli. Here's Iguodala. Sinks it from just inside the baseline. Iguodala's got 4 points in the quarter. The Heat have gotten every shot they've taken so far in the fourth quarter to go in. That's 5 in a row to start the quarter. And Griffin, here we go. And they're pushing it up. Tipped away. Dives for it. And so it looks like the Warriors will retain possession here. And some changes here for the Heat. Larry Sanders is checked in for Whiteside. Robert Covington comes in for Winslow. And it's Zoran Dragic in for Gary Harris. Golden State also making some changes. Spates comes in for Festus Ezeli. And James Michael McAdoo subbed in for Andre Iguodala.
Shaked and baked with the crossover move, and that's what freed him for the score.
And got him on the wrong foot and then just blew by him.
At the elbow, Griffin. And Draymond Green picks up the foul. That's his 4th foul of the contest.
That foul gives him 4, so he's got to settle down a bit.
A different look for Miami. Derek Favors checked in for Sanders. Winslow comes in for Robert Covington. And Harris subbed in for Zoran Dragic. Different look here for the Warriors. Ezeli's checked in for Spates. Barnes comes in for McAdoo. Klay Thompson, he's checked in for Leandro Barbosa. And Curry subbed in for Isaiah Cannon. And the Warriors with possession here, following the score by Miami. It's Curry with the drive, and that one's good.
And he is starting to turn it on now after that slow start.
The Heat leading by 22. Dragic kicks to Griffin. Can't hit. Great D that time from Green. Curry passes to Barnes. Stolen by Winslow. Griffin against Barnes. Griffin's shot is off. Golden State's gotten off to an 0-for-2 start from downtown here in the fourth quarter. Dragic gets the bucket.
And so it's going to end up in the record books as a blowout. A dominating performance for the Heat.
And this was one that never really was in doubt, I thought, Stephen Clark. An all-around dominant performance. Clark, and you kind of thought that maybe even going into the game.
I certainly did, and they just cracked it open and made it an NC. No contest.
Yeah, I like that. And in what's been a solid season, to say the least, tonight's game of push, their win total now up to 53.
A 2-game season series. They win them both and complete the sweep.
And, Greg, that's a nice feeling to get the sweep. Even though it is a small number, still nice to get that sweep.
And what a huge standout performance it was for Blake Griffin. It was the kind of game for him that all scorers dream of, where the basket seemed as wide as a barrel.
Curry with it. Now guarded by Dragic. Curry kicks to Barnes. The three-pointer, no good. Curry dishes to Barnes. Thompson with it. Another shot and lots of contact there. Missing the shot. He'll shoot 2. It's on Gary Harris.
Talk about a terrific game for Thompson. He has 15 points and some assists too. How about 3 of them? He's a one-man wrecking crew out there.
Truly, they have no answer for him at all.
Catching up on the changes with Miami. Zeller, he's checked in for Griffin. Zoran Dragic comes in for Winslow. And it's Jeremy Lin in for Harris. And so it's Golden State with it. Trailing by 17. Good. Now Dragic. Now the pass to Favors. And he gets that one to go off the front iron.
Well, they're going to walk out of here with a win and send this crowd home happy.
Yeah, you know, it was a real solid performance for them in a lot of areas. I mean, they should be proud of their work tonight.
And so Miami takes this one by a big margin. They won this game going away. They were the better basketball team, Clark, by far tonight.
No question about it, Kevin. They certainly gave their fans plenty to scream and holler about. This place was rocking. It was on fire. And it only got louder as that lead got bigger.
And a chance now to send you over to Doris Burke, standing by on the sideline. Doris?
Congratulations on the win, Goran, and tell us what goes through your minds in a game like tonight where you get into that flow with the offense and are providing such great passing to your teammates.
I mean, I know some games I have to involve my players to get them open shots, so I just think, okay, I'm going to try to give that rhythm to my team, and, you know, in the end, we won that game.
You were a thrill a minute tonight, Goran. Thanks for the time. Guys, back to you.
All right, Doris, thank you. And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast. This is Kevin Harlan saying thanks for watching. Now we'll go to the studio with the award-winning Ernie Johnson.
The 2K Sports post-game show.
Many thanks, Kevin. So now we move on to our Jordan Player of the Game, Blake Griffin. He had just an outstanding fourth quarter performance. He really had the fire lit under him, and down the stretch, really having a huge impact on the outcome of this game. Shaq, what'd you like about his game?
His accuracy from the field was pretty eye-catching. I mean, if he was shooting the ball, it was going in. You rarely see a performance like this with this crazy high shooting percentage. Wow.
He definitely put in the work down low. Used his size and his footwork. Got some big-time buckets, high percentage looks. I think he really fueled their offense with that inside presence throughout the game.
And folks, that'll wrap it up for tonight. We hope you enjoyed the game. For Shaquille O'Neal, Kenny the Jet Smith, Kevin Harlan, and the entire 2K Sports crew, I'm Ernie Johnson. Have a good evening.